Just have a seat. And it is. Oh, well, you okay. So, and it's what you put it down. So. It's 5:02. We will call the meeting of the Historic Preservation and Architectural Review Board of the Village of Cooperstown to order. And we will start with the first items on the agenda. And first, I'd like to apologize to anybody who was on the agenda last month due to a death in the family and some other complications. We were not able to hold the meeting, so I'm sorry for any inconvenience that caused to anybody. I'd like to welcome our new alternate, Gib Vincent. Thank you, Gib, for joining us. Just so Gib knows who else is on the board, if he doesn't know everybody at the table, Gib and I have known each other for over 30 years. So, but would you like to?
Big struggle.
Aaron Richardson? His family. And welcome, Deb.
Thank you.
So what we will do is, if we are lacking a quorum, then we ask all alternates to vote. As we go through the meeting, I always invite alternates to ask questions of the applicants as well as board members. So don't ever hesitate to do that. Okay? Thank you. Okay, so 27 Railroad Avenue is the first item on the agenda. Who's here representing 27 Railroad? Would you like to come and sit in one of our seats, please? Did you get in there okay? Okay, great. Okay. And would you like to, you have the name on the, or would you like her to state your name? Okay, great. So would you like to tell us about your project?
The project is an apartment in which I expect to be living in myself, and giving my daughter and her family my house, so it's all on the same property. And the second floor dwelling above the garage. What do you want to know?
So the elements of the project, you've outlined it in your application, but what we normally ask people to do is kind of just give a general overview about what you hope to do, and if board members ask for this project, yes.
The county told us a few months ago that we need a second egress in case of emergency. And it was determined, I talked to the contractor, and we decided that the best thing was to come down the stairs, and there's a window right there, and make that a door. So we have a secondary safe exit, and there would be a 4x4 foot landing, and then stairs. Most of it would be done in treated wood.
And it's on the rear of the building, correct?
It's on the side, almost at the rear.
Okay.
It's not visible from here.
This board already approved other components of this project, so this is a field change.
This is something that I didn't initiate. It just came out in the county inspection.
Just to have a little more fun, right?
Yeah, it's for safety reasons, so I understand. The other option was walk out onto the deck and jump a story onto the blacktop.
Yeah, it's no fun. It's fun. Can you tell us a little bit about the composition of the door? It's a steel door?
Yes. There'll be no, that one is not steel. There is a division between I'm using it as a garage. So between the apartment and the garage is a steel door. The other will be coming out of the apartment, not going near that other steel door, and just going outside. So it would be sturdy, I don't know what it's going to be, but it's
Wooden or fiberglass?
yes, it would be.
So if the plan is for it to look like this image provided, with the basic white divided glass or a panel at the bottom, And the only reason I asked if it was a steel door is because it says steel door, so.
Oh, okay, maybe it is.
Yeah,
It
if
says-
it diverges from this
No,
in
it's just
design
what's
or,
there.
okay,
I didn't, that was oversight on my part, my contractor's word is final.
I was not tricking you, I was just.
No, okay, I was just thinking that it didn't need to be steel, but if it's steel, that's fine.
Okay, if it does change again, just please notify us so we can do a real change. Okay. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, anybody over here have any questions? Pretty cut and dry? Okay, would anybody like to make a motion?
To move that the parking lot is for the purpose of the project at 27 Railroad Avenue under criteria 2B, 3A, 3B, and 5 for the safety. So 2B, 3A, 3B, and 5.
Any second?
Okay.
Thank you, Pat. Okay, any discussion? Liz votes yes?
Yes.
Aaron, yes. Fantastic, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Anybody here for 42 Beaver Street? Ethan, would you like to come up and have a seat?
So I'm asking for extension of our previously fence proposal. 2 years ago, we wanted to put a deck, and a fence with it, that's out for our kids. And I had to pay for the deck, the deck went up, and now we're exactly 24 months out, and it will be a fence. It's, same 4-foot, black, yellow, aluminum fence, same design, same outline,
Okay. The footprint of the fence is the same, everything is the same. So, does anybody have any questions regarding the approval of this application at this point? Literally just past the 2-year mark. Sorry.
That's okay.
So,
Now have any questions?
we approved it 2 years ago, and I think we're okay with it now. Anybody have any concerns? Would somebody like to make a
I'd
motion?
like to hear it.
Thank you, Bernie.
I move that we form the certificate of appropriateness for this fencing project. 42. 42, thank you. On the basis of 3D and 5.
Anybody want a second? Thanks, Dave. Okay. Liz votes yes?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you, you too. Okay, Josh, are you here for 11 Ostrich?
I am.
Okay, come on up. You get to sit there for longer. So why don't you tell us about the project?
And we're looking to remove the garage 11 Westridge and put a new 2-story garage up in the spot. The garage is approximately the same size, it's slightly larger. The existing garage is 20 foot wide and 26 foot long. The new garage is 24 foot wide and 30 foot long. And so we're looking for both a demolition of the existing garage as well as construction of the new garage. The new garage is, downstairs is a garage for a car right now. The upstairs, is conditioned, it's workout space, it has a bathroom, air conditioning, and so, that's what that is. Trim is, FB Smart Side, windows are aluminum clad, simulated by the light, section of the roof.
Shingle roof, is that, yeah. And because you're seeking a demolition permit, we do not need to move on the proposed construction. We do need to set a public hearing But we did include the materials, so if anybody has any questions or concerns in terms of what they're looking at, that they need Josh and the owner to respond to, we thought it would be good to give people an opportunity to ask questions if there are questions or concerns about the proposed structure of this meeting.
We do need pictures of the existing garage.
So when we go through, if we go through a demolition per se, let's say, would we be approving the rest of it, or? we're
No,
saying we're
it's a
dividing it
separate,
first, and then-
Yeah, it's a
But you're
separate.
giving the benefit of taking the rest.
Correct, correct. So, tonight we'll, set a public hearing for the May meeting. And, at the May meeting, we would move forward after the public hearing to do an approval of the proposed structure. So if there's anything folks are seeing in the plans for the proposed structure, that they want to ask Josh about now, or share with the owner through Josh now, please go ahead and do that.
But our meeting will be after the,
Yes. Yes. I think our meeting falls on something like May 13th next. May 14th, thank you. I set another meeting last night for May 13th. My Monday night meeting, I was like, no, sorry.
Oh, the other thing I would request for the next meeting is some drawings or images that show the relationship of the scale of the structure to the scale of the new garage. Yeah, the existing, and the new garage.
there is a little.
Yeah, I kind of wanted like an elevation.
So we can get a sense of the massing and scale between the two structures.
We did approve windows at this property a few meetings ago.
Correct. Josh, do you know, I know you were not doing those windows. Do you know if those windows have been done yet? Okay, just wondering. Okay. Just the, and vacuum.
The rest of the 3 units.
And did you request pictures of the existing structure?
Yeah, that was the first thing I asked.
And then does setting a public meeting, are we approving the demolition?
No, we vote on the demolition after the public hearing closes, so we give anybody an opportunity to comment, and then the board gets to review the proposed demolition, and then we vote at the next meeting. So all that happens if we feel we're ready to vote.
Sounds good.
Are there any questions on the windows? What wants to be done, and so we may take this or anything ahead of time.
Yeah, does anybody have any concerns about the proposed?
We're about 4 months out, so. I know they've been approved and other projects in town, and I need to know if there was any red flags that we might have for this one.
These are 2 of the 2.
Yes, 2 of the 2.
And are these the same windows that are on Southern Garage and Middle Street?
Yes.
Thank you for this really wonderful and sensible and accessible. Very appreciate it.
So please speak, David.
Sorry. Really, they're 3 foot by 2 foot.
That was good. Put a microphone to that.
I'd like to make a motion to make that we set a public hearing.
Thank you.
The next meeting, May 14th, for public comment on demolition of the garage at 11 Street.
Second. Thank you, David. Any discussion? Please vote yes.
Yes.
And you have to do it.
Very yes.
Thank you. Before we pass on to the next application, are there any other questions regarding 11 Westbridge that you'd like Josh to address now or before the next meeting? People are comfortable with those windows and, okay. All right. So if everybody's okay with the application for 11 Westbridge, we'll move on to 36 Grove Street.
Maybe Boston.
Yes.
Thank you, but you don't have to go anywhere.
So why don't you tell us about that?
From the street, there's a reasonable metal structure, and I guess really allowed to wander around the back and come up to the gas station, take a look at the backside. The backside is crazy, and it's just asphalt and rocks, and so it's done. And so the building's coming down. It hasn't come down yet, but it's on its way. And so we realized that we should actually take it as a protocol step.
Okay. Sorry, but this is very stupid.
I know.
What's the construction, is it,
Wood.
yeah, is it just preliminary?
It's just a little bit.
Okay.
What size is that? A big stone foundation? Is it?
There's a couple,
It looks like there's actually.
there's a couple piers on that side. If you can follow me, if you're so inclined. So
It's wood all the way down.
it's wood all the way down.
What's the feel?
So I guess when the village did their bridge work and stuff, I think the wheel was on the bottom or something too. It got left there.
It just got left.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a little mill structure.
It's like a cable spool.
It's a cable spool, I think they left from the street village or whatever.
Maybe it's stagnant at that point.
They were trying to hold up. Any other questions for Josh?
Please have a public hearing for May 14th to public comment on demolition of garage or structure, outbuilding.
Structure.
Yeah, at accessory structure at 36 Grove Street.
That's it.
Thank you, Bernie. Those votes yes.
That's it.
Thank you very much. And I do love the name of the LLC, Josh.
I did a lot. That is, yes.
Very fun.
Did you come up with that?
I did not. That is Francesca's LLC. The previous owner of her home here.
Okay.
So he does a lot. Love it. Okay. Thank you very much. We'll see you next month.
I'll be back.
Yeah. Okay. Frank Panzarella is not here for 16 Pine Boulevard. Anybody here representing 16 Pine Boulevard?
We didn't do that. You have it, you don't have it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just need to make that thing. Thank you. Okay, no wonder there were two. Okay, I apologize. So 44 Lakeview Drive North, sorry. How are you? Good. Please state your name for the record.
Matt Matilda?
Okay, Matt. So it's, okay. So tell us what you'd like to do.
We're going through, painted windows at 44 Lakeview Drive North to extend the kitchen cabinets on the inside. So they can be removed and then, framed in and resided.
So it's the side of the house that faces County Route 31?
Correct.
three will be removed?
Yes. Remote, yes.
Also, when you demolish that, it is
Yes, that small addition that's right facing to that, we're gonna take that down as well.
Do you have, additional pictures of that? Are they here? Okay. I didn't pick up on
So we need to do two things here. We need to approve a public hearing for next month, for the removal of the addition, and then address the window removal and replacement of siding. So the public hearing can be a vote now, and then we can determine whether folks have enough information to address the window removal.
I can do that public hearing.
Sure.
I'd like to move that we, set a public hearing for May 14th, demolition of the rear addition at the property at 44 Lakeview Drive. Any more information?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Want to second that?
Second.
Oh, thank you. Second.
That's what it's saying.
Any discussion? Please vote yes.
it is.
Yes.
For the next meeting, could you bring any information that we have about the addition? Whether it's later than the structure, is it was it built at the same time? If you have any information about the addition?
It's very vague, there's not much about it, I don't think there was ever a permit pull originally, and fairly certain it's not from 63.
So the original house plans do not have this addition, I think.
I mean, how many there's no this, not the additions that shows the original,
And-
the square footage, without any mention of this
And our zoning permit files do not have any information.
25 or this. It's usually just after the mushroom or something.
So the property took a while ago. I'm just curious in terms of how it integrates with the main house. Is it one doorway into,
Yes.
okay,
Yes,
so a
doorway.
doorway that might have been an exterior door
On the addition itself,
or into the addition?
into the addition, you can tell was the original exterior door on that rear of the house, facing 31.
Okay.
So it was added after original construction, I'm not sure when.
Do you have details about materials that you will use to cover the rear of the structure? So after you remove the addition, after you take out the windows, how will you close that?
We're planning on using the siding that's covering the addition now, because it's the same, it's all 8-inch aluminum siding. So, with all good chance, we can reuse that to cover the existing space.
And that would be where the windows are in any place that needs to be decided where the addition attaches to the house?
Yes,
And it is just a doorway inside that addition and no other fenestration or anything?
right, and that's been already sealed up, so that hasn't been used.
And then the trim, how's that gonna, do you have a sense of the original house trim and how that's affected by the addition?
It's all aluminum wrap, the corners are aluminum, so we should be able to straight replace everything exactly the way it was on the original house.
Mhm. If you are gonna have to do anything different with the soffit location, things like that, you'll come in for a field change?
Yes.
I guess then I have to ask about the other shutter if the removal gets approved.
Right, right.
regarding the window approval, do people have enough information at this point? Was there more information in that file or in the, okay.
There's no information on Chris, there's no anything.
And the door remains the same to the left of the windows?
Yes.
Okay. And the other door is gonna be to the right of them now, what's that?
There will be nothing, there will be no door there,
Oh,
because
okay.
it's already sealed up from the inside, I'm sure.
Okay, so when people go from the main house into the proposed area that's gonna be, the area proposed to be demolished, there is a doorway.
There was,
There was.
Yeah. there was a doorway.
Doesn't go into the house anymore? It's only.
No.
Oh, okay. I thought you were
Exterior.
saying it was a,
No, just the exterior door that enters that little addition.
okay.
That's it. There was a door going then into the original house, but that's been closed.
So there's nothing you get from the interior.
You can't get it.
That's right.
That was what was confusing me. Okay.
You can go outside and enter the addition, but you can't get into the addition from the inside.
Right.
That's interesting.
We were told it was used as an office, possibly. So it was only entered from the outside.
Any questions? Are people feeling like they have enough information to vote on the application to remove the windows on the rear of the building?
Yeah.
All right, would anybody like to make a motion?
I move that baseball provides certificate of appropriation for the removal of the window at 44 Lakeview Drive under 2A and 2.
Thank you very much.
I've had a few citizens to set aside these being used. Yeah, what's on the house?
If anybody would like to second, it would be great. You're good with that? Thanks, Pat. Okay, all right. Any discussion? No discussion? People? No, we're good? Okay. Liz votes yes?
Yes.
Karen, yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, we'll see you next month.
Okay, thank you, folks.
And, thank you. Yeah. Okay, now we'll move on to 16 Pine Boulevard, if anybody's here to represent. I don't see Frank here, so we will go on to number 7 on the agenda, 102 Pioneer Street. Lynn, would you like to come in? Would you like to tell us about your project?
We are proposing to remove a 4-foot fence at the rear of our property that was installed about 18 years ago and is rotting. Our neighbors at 104 Pioneer have put in a 6-foot cedar fence that has a scalloped look to it that runs along the side of our property, and it's also in the rear of their property. So we would like to use that same style 6-foot cedar fence in replacing our 4-foot fence, and that way it will match what's right next door to us. We're proposing the rear fence as a replacement, and then the side fence that belongs to our neighbor runs for about 20 feet, is interrupted by lilacs, and then there's a gap about 20 feet into our back, to the rear of the property. So we also want to fill in that side gap with a fence that matches the fence that our neighbors put in. We talked about our neighbors on the side and the back, and they have no objection to the smooth part of the fence facing into our property, because that's what is currently in place on both the side and the rear of the property.
So your neighbors are okay with you having a nice side facing in, the finished side facing in?
Yeah, and then I had asked Mary Hines in the rear if she wanted a gate, and she said no. In that case, we can add a gate in the rear. There's a gate between 102 and 104 currently.
Chris, in terms of the height of the fence, with the neighbors like this, we're good? We're good? Okay, okay, we're good.
And it's possible that when we get back there, we may go to 5 feet instead of 6, because our land is higher than where the 6-foot fence is at 104. So it may look too tall when we get to 6, but we'll keep with that scallop look that they have.
And about the same elevation.
Right.
Are there any questions for Lynn regarding the proposed fence?
When you fill in the gap, are you filling it in on your property or yours?
Yeah, there's a rear gap and a side gap.
Oh, okay.
So where our existing fence and the neighbor's rear fences come together on their property, there is about 5-foot gap or so. And then along the side property, there's nothing at all between where the lot is and so we'll fill that in, and we're offering to extend our fence into 104's property if they want us to. Mary Fons behind us would like us to, so that it looks even from her perspective. My neighbors are experiencing a health crisis with their child, so I don't want to bother them with this right now. So we'll do that right here if that's okay.
And you come back to us with the bill change if they agree to that? And this board can kind of give for permission if that's something.
We can prepare that section of fence and have it available, just to be put into place whenever I get a chance to go to that.
Anything else, any other questions regarding the fence at 102 Beaver Street? Pioneer Street, Pioneer Street. Many streets there. Any other questions? Brian?
It's nice to see neighbors agreeing on.
Yeah,
I have great neighbors.
because you have good fences.
That's right. Still working on it.
Okay. Anybody want to make a motion?
The park provides certificate of readiness for the project at 102 Pioneer Street under criteria 2C, 3A, B, C, and D.
Awesome. Covered it all. Anybody want a second? Julie seconds. Okay. Any discussion? Liz, what's yes? Okay. Is anybody here regarding 3 Leatherstocking Street? Okay. And nobody's come in regarding 16 Pine. All right. Oh, sorry. Okay, well, we'll do that at the end of the meeting. We won't torture people. So nobody's here regarding 3 Leatherstocking right now. That means we'll move on to number 9 on the agenda, 131 Main Street. Hi, how are you? Come on over and have a seat.
My name is Mary Hines.
Okay.
So I'm going to list you everything that is
All right. So tell us about the project area.
So at 131
Main Street, which is above the baseball store, just to give you context of where we're at. They are redoing the apartments up there. And as part of doing that, they would like to replace the uninsulated, nearly all non-functional windows with insulated functional windows for those apartments. All of the windows would be in the exact same location and the exact same size, as well as the same divided light pattern. We did find a company that will make these windows in this enormous size. They're aluminum clad on the exterior, wood on the interior. Other than replacing the windows, which will happen from the inside, so we're not messing with trim details or anything like that, would be at the rear of the building. There is a back door that would get replaced to match. There's currently a newer back door leading into the store. That's a fiberglass door, so those would match. And in addition, at the back, there are some kind of dangerous looking rotting wood hoods that they would like to remove as well. Plus, there are some plywood like covering old basement access, and they would propose to replace that with just a piece of like black metal, something to clean up.
It's still an access door?
No, it's really not even access, it's just covered up.
Okay. So the door on the back
Yeah.
is getting replaced?
Right, so there are two doors on the back. The one on the right, when you're facing the back, is the one that would get replaced to match the one on the left, which is a fiberglass door. And one big window.
So the window replacements are all, remind me of the exterior treatment again? It's a fiberglass, you said?
No, they're aluminum clad.
Okay.
And they are wood interiors.
So it's an aluminum clad as a glass?
Yeah, it's matching what's there, but I do believe it's there.
Jet black.
Yeah.
And they're custom made to fit the openings, so nothing else changes.
There's two windows in the back.
All of the second floor windows are getting,
That's for the sliders.
oh, so those are actually on the side, on the second floor.
Right.
I apologize for the pictures of that side, but that little, like access to Doubleday, that little, like that side of the building is where those sliders are. And again, that's same size, same light pattern.
And the hoods are being rebuilt?
They're just being taken off.
Okay. On a sheet of metal that's
Just to
black
like,
painted?
yeah, we're just gonna do it black. And that's all the other, trim.
And the existing windows are original wood windows, correct?
I'm not sure. The old ones? That's what I said.
So you're not sure if they're original and you're not sure if they're.
I am not positive.
And the light pattern is 1/1 on the front windows?
On the very tall ones,
Mhm.
yes. On the side, that, again, I apologize for not having a photo of the side, is a divided light pattern, which you can see in the window specs I attached. and those two match. That's very good. It's like nine meters long, 3
Are there storms or something that looks like these have a horizontal division?
Yeah, there's some kind of a, second panel, yes, but they are one for one. There is one in here that looks like it's maybe two. This one right here. Again, anything that was different, they matched.
So with that division, do you know if that's a simulated division?
The one with the grills?
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
Simulated divided light with grills between glass.
okay, that is something we really discourage, the girls between the glass.
Okay.
We would ask that if it is going to be grills, they be grills at least on the outside and dimensional to reflect the dimensions that exist now of the division. So, that would have to come back for correction.
Just this one with the.
Anything with a grill between the glass. And how about the, side windows with the divisions?
Yeah, they have those listed the same, so I can let them know that there's both configurations.
Yeah, we're, coming back with a field change that shows us that, grill pattern, the divisions kind of, that material reflects the dimensions of the divisions now. It doesn't have to be a grill on the inside, but we want the outside.
Yeah, and that's good.
And do you have any specs on the metal on the ground? I know it's not part of the building, but, any?
This is diamond plated steel, I don't have anything that's like the deeper.
Is it pretty much the existing size?
Of these plywood pieces?
Yeah.
Yeah, when they peel up the plywood pieces, they would fit it into the opening that is there, so that's like flush, not sticking out like this.
Okay, so it's actually gonna be a couple pieces of the metal as opposed to one mass. I was just thinking it's gonna be a very heavy mass of sheet.
Right, depending on, they may have to cut it into smaller ones.
And that was my other concern was that, to make it fit in there without, it would have to be very level area in order to make it not to have gaps underneath it. It should be very small.
Right, they don't want it to be, this is such a trip hazard, but they want to make sure it's flush, from that.
So do you know, are they planning on changing where it sits so that it sits more flush, or are they saying that since using metal, it won't have to be standing up as high as the wood? So,
I guess it used to be some kind of a like basement door that like sat down.
So it has a recess.
Right, so they are planning on just recessing it in where that old,
Right.
like, the plywood is not covered with that.
I see.
Yeah.
Don't walk back there in the night.
What's that?
I said, don't walk back there in the night.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it's rough looking back there, the plan is to make it much more cleaned up back there, which will be nice from that.
Was there consideration
that was actually their first choice, and because these windows, there's so many of them and they're so big, the cost was quite a lot to restore each one. Plus, none of them are insulated, and none of them, like, lift at all, so even if you got it functioning, you still have to replace it with the correct insulation for these new apartments to be efficient without today's energy code. So ultimately, they had to put down windows that were same size but just built to today's standard.
Does anyone have any questions for Ariel?
I guess I'm just curious about water getting in around water getting into the basement potentially with the, when we replace that wooden section with the metal section. Is there, do you find that there's water going, or you haven't really looked? I mean, I'm just a little concerned that there'd be water getting down into the basement.
I would imagine that the plan would be to, like, caulk and seal everything completely because it's no longer an access.
That makes sense.
So I think they would be special measures.
Okay. Sounds good.
And I wondered about whether that was the reason the hoods were there, too, was to kind of divert water away from that.
The intent, as far as we know, is to keep the water away from the doors. It's typically best practice to have something covering the door. But in this case, these just they don't feel like they match the building, they're in rough shape, they don't feel like they're designed to right now.
I'm not arguing. I just wondered about the water. Any questions about the door or the choice of windows? Does anybody feel comfortable making a motion, or do we need more information before people are comfortable? I have one more question. With the aluminum, do you know the finish of the color? Is it a matte or is it a gloss? Do you know?
Or jet black finish.
Yeah.
So this window company is providing the jet black, but it does not say glossy or matte.
Okay.
This is aluminum clad.
Any concerns?
Well, so the lower one windows are acceptable, but the others need to be changed.
Yes, because the one over ones don't have any divisions, so they don't have those grills between the glass.
So, we made a motion just for the lower ones, waiting for,
If people would like to see what that grill is going to look like, that exterior grill, I'm fine with approving the one over ones, and
think that's not a bad idea, because we would like to kind of get a sense of how that exterior grill is gonna look, okay? So the windows that are 1/1, replace 1/1, but the windows that have a kind of exterior grill, yes.
I'm not saying that I particularly have a problem with not being able to see the door. I was wondering how other people feel about being able to see the door. It's the first door.
Oh,
I do think that's really good.
so this is the door, or is there, did you see this, it's there in the package? Was there another image of it, Ariel, or just this one?
That is it, and it matches the other door that was already put in.
Okay, so it matches the existing?
Right.
Okay. If we need to, we can wait on that too, then, that's, but if it matches the existing.
Sure.
Yeah, so the one right next to it was approved, I think, a few years ago when they did their first remodel, so they're just looking at the sense that we need.
And is the hardware, I'm assuming, gonna match the existing as well? Does anybody want to make a motion to approve the 1/1 windows, the ones without the simulated divisions? And the door. And the door.
I make a motion, I move that we provide certificate of appropriateness for the project at 131 Main Street for the
For the 1/1 windows.
1/1 windows and the door. On the basis of 2B and 2C and D. I'm sorry, 3B, C, and D. That would be 3.
Yes, since that is a reason for the replacement. Okay, and may I add that it looks like from the specs, there would be 9 1/1 windows. So that's what we're approving at this point. 4 of one size and 5 of the other. All the other ones, the other 8 and the other 10 windows will be the divided walls that we need information on. Okay? Thank you. Okay, any discussion? All right.
Yes.
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 David seconded. Sorry. Okay. Okay, let's just. Yes.
Jason.
Okay, Jason, I knew I heard a second from over there, sorry. Just hearing things. Okay, this was yes. Thank you. Awesome. It's just a habit we got into during the pandemic when we were all online and everybody had to really articulate their votes, so sorry. Okay, great, thank you.
So does that also include the removal of those cords?
Yes, thank you for pointing that out. Was our vote to approve the removal of the hoods too? Yes. Is everybody okay with that? Thank you. No, thank you for double checking. Thanks for catching up. Okay. So has anybody come in regarding 3 Leatherstocking Street? No, I just wanted to make sure that nobody come in for that other property. So since we jumped over them. Okay, have a seat again, Ariel. 6 Elm Street, that's right. Okay, go ahead and tell us about the project with that.
Okay, so this project, at 6 Elm Street, they're doing a kitchen remodel on the inside, so what they're proposing, are a couple of window changes. None of these changes are visible from Elm Street, it is around the back. And as you can see in my drawings, on one side, there are 2 windows right next to each other, so they're just sliding those apart to make the layout in the kitchen a little bit better. And on the back of the house, they're adding, a 3rd window in the back, so 1 move and then 1 additional window. All of which will be replacement windows and same, aluminum clad wood interiors. And then on the little mudroom, there's some decent windows there that will also be getting, replaced just with new options with windows.
Also casement
Yes, all these.
on the mudroom, so that's 2 windows being replaced on the mudroom?
Correct, so there's 2 on the mudroom, and there are a total of 5 on that kitchen corner.
So the one that's being moved, which is pictured to the lower left, that is right now a 1/1 window, and the proposed window is a casement window for that as well?
Yes.
And the window that's being placed between the other 2 windows is a casement.
So they're replacing all of the 4 double hungs currently are being replaced with casement. So all of the new windows will be in a casement style.
Okay.
But they will have that, that centrified in them, so it'll still be 1/1.
It'll look like the 1/1.
Exactly.
And you're making those changes because they're going over the contract.
Exactly.
So you can't open a double bond change over contract.
Exactly.
And the trim around windows?
So all of our new exterior treatments will match what is there now. So currently this is a horizontal clapboard, house lighting hatching will be done in the same clapboard and laser to match. And the trim style will all match what is there now as well.
In the kitchen window, is that center window that you're adding,
Over the sink?
what?
Or just, or the one over the sink in that drawing? That's it, yeah.
Well, looking at the photograph.
Okay.
And it appears that the trim is going to come very close to the trim of the existing two windows.
So what we like to-
One
Yes.
continuous window?
Yes, so what we like to do, where there used to be 2 windows that kind of set the precedent, they widen that center between the 2 windows, and we like to mimic this, that style on the 3 windows.
So have they done a drawing at all to reflect that, showing that trim in place and mimicking that style?
Not more than that.
I think you can kind of see it in the, elevation of the inside of the kitchen. So where there's a window with a light fixture over.
Yeah, just make it wider.
Envision the other side of it.
And the only reason I asked if there was a drawing is to really accurately reflect what's
I can see
going on.
that there's no, yes, in my quick sketch I made on the photo, yes, I can.
So it would be helpful, even if this is approved this evening, to have an updated exterior drawing that shows that extension of the trim horizontally and vertically.
It wouldn't hurt that one that lower left, that kitchen, the one that's been moved, just to show the
Trim as well, yeah.
Yeah, I was just showing the location of it on that, so I thought it was not more detailed, everything else is fine.
Just so the drawing, so the information in the file reflects what's done. Are there any questions about the windows, the product, the placement, the proposal? And we're ready to vote?
Move that the department provide a certificate of appropriateness for the project at 6 Elk Street. Under criteria 2A, 2B, 3A, 3B, and 5.
A second? That's Pat. Any discussion? Denise votes yes. And yes.
yes.
Thank you. Awesome, thanks, Ariel. Okay, 103 Pioneer Street. Have a seat, Josh.
Yeah, oh, I was going to pizza when I came back.
Don't tease us.
No bribes.
No chocolate.
Not the chocolate.
Okay, tell us about the project.
It's two basement windows right now. The window openings themselves, the frame and the basement opening, fair amount of water coming into the basement. And so, we'll be removing the windows, doing some drainage, and cutting the driveway and whatnot, rebuilding the opening, and then we'd like to put, smart and elevated windows back in those places, simulated by lights to match.
Are the window openings going to stay the same size, or are you going to work on?
Same size.
And this is just out of curiosity, not really my decision, but are they operable?
They are operable. It's more of a finished basement, so, it's operable.
They're not.
They will be operable. Right now, they don't open.
So will they be off, they'll be comfortable opening?
I believe so.
Okay. Any questions for Josh?
So the purpose is to make them open walls?
So the purpose is right now water running the basement. And to fix that, the openings, the whole basement is open, and everything has to get rebuilt. And so the openings will come out, and then when we need to reopen, we can reopen it.
But is the water coming in as a result of the window, or is it?
It comes into the window, and it comes in around the window. And so we'll be cutting the driveway to add some drainage, because it's essentially one of them has a window up with no drainage. And so everything just collects.
There,
puddle.
But at least that side has a little bit of like gravel or semi pervious
Yeah.
around the window well.
Yeah, so we'll cut the driveway, and then we have underground drainage on the house already, so we'll be able to tie it to that.
So there's drain underneath?
There's not a drain there now, but there's going to be underground.
So presumably, after you do the work, the windows that are existing might function because the water would be required to.
We're getting new windows. When we put the back in.
But presumably, when you finish doing the work, to make it so that the window is not functioning to be keeping the water out, they could still work, if they would be open as well as the replacing it. Like, I'm just not trying to get to
The
the
windows,
point
the
of
windows that are
replacing.
there, one of them is in a little better shape than the other, one of them is in a rough shape, and one of them is in okay shape. But by the time we rebuild, the entire frames would have to be rebuilt too, and, the homeowner will have to do that.
Any other questions for Josh? It's a tricky spot for windows. Okay, we have everybody ready to vote for this, on this, I should say, what to suggest?
I'll try it. Okay. I move that ACAR provide a certificate of appropriateness for the project at 103 Pioneer Street. Under criteria 2, A. Yeah, okay. 3A. C. D. And 5.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Liz votes yes?
David, yes.
Burn this.
Super. We're good on that one. Josh, would you like to tell us about One Atwell?
Yes. This is the entrance to Bassett, Atwell, the residence entrance. But, it has wood bead board on each side, and the wood bead board is, round the way. Bottommost board is PVC, and that is doing okay, but it's just the two drip lines that we need. And so we are proposing to replace it with 20 new PVC bead board, and it's just like it. And we'd like to make it.
So you said the skirting board on the bottom is already PVC?
Yeah, the white board at the very
Yeah,
bottom
yeah.
is already PVC, and it's just the bead board, that's kind of out of the way. The window trims are all fine, and so the window trims will all stay. It's just the bead board as you see it on each side of the building.
It's just those two sides.
Just those two sides. The front's covered by the
Okay, did anybody have any questions?
Is there potential to replace it with duct material?
Not really, it just keeps running.
What's the thickness of the cover of the roof?
And the roof, 5.5 inch.
And the individual pieces or?
Individual pieces. Well, they're about yay wide.
By what?
So it's edge and center beam, so it's got the center beam and the edges.
Do we know how old this section of the building is?
I do not.
This is the main entrance,
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, I didn't think it was that old.
Well, the emergency entrance is there. It's where the emergency room used to be.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't think it was that old, not that we want the material to, rip to the cedar, but this is a paintable product, correct? And, it isn't an original section of the building.
All the windows are new. That's what.
The whole,
Yeah,
the whole artist.
yeah.
Yeah. So can you just explain a little bit, like I can't see it from the Google Street View, so where is this part of the building?
It's around the back.
Oh, it's not,
So there's a little half circle on that wall. And the entrance, they've got two automatic doors that you walk through. These are the two sides to that,
oh, it's just the fronting side of the entrance of the.
correct.
Oh, that's all.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
They just get tired.
For some reason in the picture I thought it was a corner,
Yeah,
but it's not, it's just two sides.
correct.
Okay, got it.
This is different.
I thought that too.
Yeah. Especially when we have so many ends, you know, actually get a little arrow. So, okay. Would anybody like to make a motion? Very confusing. So, anybody else like to make a motion?
I would, make a motion. So motion. I would, like to move the setting for certificate of appropriateness for the project at One Atwell, replacing the wood sidewalk with PVC. And I would like to do that based on 2A and 3D and 3D.
Thank you, Bernie. Does anybody want to second that motion? Thank you, Jay. Okay. Any discussion? All right. Ms. votes yes.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Pineapple.
Awesome. With bacon?
People think I love it, but I hate it.
With bacon.
Why not Copenhagen?
Oh.
Oh, no,
Moscow owner.
that's gross.
Okay.
Okay, next item.
Josh, would you like to
You're not
tell
getting
us?
the pizzas.
Don't let Jay order the pizza. 47.5 Susquehanna.
Yes. At 47.5 Susquehanna, there is an existing back deck and privacy fence. And, we'd like to remove the existing deck and privacy fence and replace it with a screened-in porch. Currently, the privacy fence sits on the property line. It juts out about 2 feet from the edge of the house. We'll be pulling that back to keep the screened porch in line with the back addition on the property. All the exterior will be painted PVC. The back addition on that house is vinyl sided, but this will all be painted PVC. The interior is all white coated. And you can see from some of the photos just a general aesthetics of the porch. I didn't know whether a demo permit was required in order to remove the existing deck.
I don't think a demo permit is required to remove the existing deck.
If you look at the photos on the second page, that's the back addition there, and the screened porch just mimics that exact shape.
So it extends the roof line.
Extends the roof line, we'll be reshingling the entire back addition there, which is about yeah, the entire roof will just be done.
And the windows and doors don't change on that.
They are replaced replacing the back, we'd like to replace the back windows on that addition, with a slider door.
Okay, and the trans windows above that?
The trans windows, we'd like to take those out because we'd like to make the slider taller. We're trying not to lose too much natural light, but at the same time, it's in the porch, and so they've got to raise the height of the slider door.
So the slider door would replace all 4 sections, and is it the same width, or?
It's the same width.
Can you divide light or just whole thing?
They had thought to keep the divided lights, but after seeing the drawings, they were opting to skip the divided lights just because you can't really see them from the outside anymore, and they'd rather just have more light.
So I do think we need details about all of those, I think the application has to be clear about removal of all of the existing doors
On
and
the back.
transoms and, yeah, and then what's going on there instead.
So if the deck's getting removed, what is the foundation?
It'll be new sonotubes going into the new
Josh, do you know when the addition was built? Long ago.
25 years. I was not. I just played around with the big one.
And it might have inspired Josh. Was there anything there like a wood shed or anything before that? Do you remember? Just out of curiosity.
There was a tiny little, I don't know, like a little shed, but it was like solar glass windows on the back that stuck out maybe about 6 feet. And so that came off, we wish it went back on. The deck that was there turned into a tree fort. And that's
Recycling. And the timber trusses that you're using, anything you want us to know about those?
Those are deck term. They're not actually necessary to be structural, but when you look at it's more of a decorative element.
So the side, as we look at the back, the side to the left is that fill or is that also screening?
So that is, right now there is a privacy fence that's that tall, and so they like to kind of keep that, illumination there, and so there's a section of screen at the top of it. But then there's solid panels from about 6 foot down.
And those panels are?
Those panels are all painted PVC, so it's essentially tight. And then on the right side, there's a sort of like a 3-foot privacy panel across that side, and the rest is all.
And then so it's like a new wall and then screen.
Yep.
So we're looking at a total of 28 feet from the back of the main frame house to the back of
The new porch is 14 feet. It extends 14 feet out from the back of the house.
the back of
The addition.
Yep.
So for the,
so it's about double. Right.
The existing, so there's an existing deck that's on the back of the house right now that comes out about 9 to 10 feet, 10 feet. And we're going to come out 14 feet.
That's where we started the addition was in 1966.
That must have been the previous one that was taken off. I'm not that old.
Some of the rest
Maybe
of
they
us.
got mixed up with the one in,
It wasn't that long ago.
Maybe.
Are there any setback issues or neighbors talking to neighbors or commission?
We've already talked to the CBA, the zoning board of appeals, and they're working it out that it will require, variance. So the hearing set for the next, ZBA meeting.
okay, so any motion would be contingent upon approval by the ZBA. Are there any other questions? Would anybody like to make a motion? Great, Brian.
I would like to make a motion for that HR provides a certificate of appropriateness for the project at 47.5 Susquehanna Ave under the following criteria. It would be 2A, 2C, I'm sorry, 2A, 3A, B, C, and D, and number 5. So 2A, 3A, B, C, D, and 5.
Thank you.
Do we need to say anything in the motion regarding the windows and doors?
We would like to see samples of the windows and doors, but
Does that need to go in?
good idea.
Okay, I'd like to amend the motion that, the applicant return with, information about the changes to the openings on the back of the house.
The changes to the back of the house, are they within the new porch?
Yes. Yes. Good.
It's, because it's not the porch is not enclosed, it's not an addition, it's still a porch. That makes those,
It's a screened-in porch, right?
it's not a problem for the next month, is it? Thank
We
you.
have to wait for the next one.
Okay, thank you. I
Thank
think
you.
we need to vote.
Yeah, I'll second the.
Okay. Okay, any discussion other than Jay's comments?
So, I just want to be clear, we've approved the porch, we have not approved any changes to the opening on the back of the house.
We're going to approve them once we see the proposed materials. Correct?
Do you have any concerns?
The changes to the openings are just nowhere in the application, they're only verbal.
They're listed on there, but it didn't show up in the elevation, you can't really see it. It's in the, it's on the new floor plan, site plan. There's a note that we've got outboard panels, on the back entrance there. And then if you look at,
It doesn't say that the applicant, like, that you're applying for that.
sure,
It's just like a detail of the drawing that you would have to really look for and know that it was different.
so I'm more than happy to come back for the changes and make the.
Yeah, that would be, I guess I would rather that it be a different application or a field change.
It can come back.
Yeah, it can come back as a field change, but that's fine. Just so that we can get it written down and understand what it is better, as just a separate thing from the point. Because you could build a porch and you would get a place as they are. In theory.
Indeed.
Right.
And my argument in terms of Jay's question is, you still need some fenestration there, whether it's existing or new. That's why we couldn't approve a porch and removal of that without approving something new, because you needed some windows and doors there, or an enclosure, so that's still an exterior for weather, et cetera. That would be my reason for doing that. Okay, thank you, Josh, for bearing with us. Oh, we tried.
Did you go?
No, we did not. Please vote yes.
Aaron, yes.
Dave, yes.
Thank you. Okay, thanks, Josh. Okay, Patrick, I'm assuming you're here for 25 Main? Tell us about the project, please.
For your time, because we're building two of them, since the main entrances to the whole thing, not the main entrance, and not the former gym. They're outlined on the street view there, as well as illustrating photographs for you. And what's happened is over time, the granite blocks there have settled and spread, and so they started breaking the ballast railings. So those will be replaced. Any of the stone that's damaged and used will be replaced. But what we have brought to you this evening is replacing the top landing material, which is currently lovely concrete with brick laid in a bunch on pattern. And so the existing is illustrated for you on one of the landings. It's a concrete rectangle, and it will instead be replaced with bricks. There's a sample of that here. The material that we'll use is whole bricks. They're just cut into clean slices for that sample. So we've done our best to match the existing brick on the facade of the building, and we'll use the same pattern on that.
Okay, you're okay? You're okay?
Yes.
And I'm going to have to recuse myself from this one, so Aaron and Dave, I know.
The color of the brick? Yes, that doesn't came out a lot brighter. Yeah, I'm not sure how the photograph. Yeah.
Everybody's got a different monitor and printer and paper. Does anybody have, additional questions? We're gonna show them 2027.
Move that we authorize certificate of appropriateness for the project at 25 Main Street under criteria 2C and 3A, B, C, and D.
Any discussion? Oh, second. Second. Any discussion? Okay, voting.
Or is this yeah?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Very much.
Okay, 28 double stocking. Fair enough.
Hi there, how are you tonight?
Good, how are you?
Good. So tell us about your project, Emily.
Yeah, so we are looking to add a small porch deck and a small ramp. So it's on the interior of our property, facing our yard, and it is for the farm apartment that my aunt lives in, to provide some aging in place for her. She's also disabled, so there's a likely need for a ramp at some point. And yeah, that is it. And I did bring this, I know there was a question about like, how far from the back property line it will be, it's well away from 5 feet, but I'm happy to show it.
Yeah, if you can show us where the pull down, that would be helpful.
Which is you, or?
No, I think,
You had to walk.
yeah.
Okay, so we'll start, well, I'll start here. So, to give you like, information, this is the street. And then this is the building that we're going, and it'll go right here. So this is what my family living there refers to as a chicken coop, but it's not a chicken coop.
It was at one time.
It was at one time, and it's not, there are no chickens in it currently. But this is at least, on this thing, at least 10 feet from the back property line, and it's gonna be right in this area, that's 12 feet.
Sorry.
No, no, you're good. Go ahead. I'm not going to So as I was explaining, it's going in right here. This is at least 10 feet. I just legend like on paper, very precise. But, you will kind of see it from the driveway, but it's going to be internal to here in the whole back
Now, repeat after you.
up. Okay. Yeah, like I said, this is leather stocking, this is our driveway, this is our interior backyard, and it will be going right here. This is what I was calling the chicken coop, this is the back property line, and by this legend is, well, more than 5 feet from, because it'll be starting about here.
So how much are you gonna be building?
So it's, I think the drawing is 16 by 7?
Yes.
Okay, great, my brain works.
You just pointed the thing.
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
sorry, it's gonna be right in here, like, this is our backyard, and it'll be internal to here.
So the 16-foot along that long, narrow piece of, or along?
It's gonna be right up against here.
And that's the 16-foot length?
Yes.
Okay, and
Correct.
the 7?
Seven, not this
Okay,
one.
and 7 toward the neighbors, 16 front to back?
Mhm.
Okay.
Does the village have any ordinances as to lot coverage in terms of percentage?
Yes,
Yes, it does?
yes, there are. There is lot coverage regulations, although I don't know that this would apply because it is for accessibility.
Yeah, and I think you must for accessibility and it's a porch as opposed to a structure. We look at lot coverage,
So
the other small.
ramp is coming out and then.
The ramp is gonna be on this side, it won't go into the driveway, but it's just gonna be a short ramp so she can get a wheelchair out.
And the entrance is.
There is a, French door right here.
And-
I do have a picture of that.
And is that the existing, is that the one that's used again?
Yes,
So are there?
it's like a singular step up, yeah. I have a picture of that.
So the port, the deck is in Ohio.
Okay,
Did anyone else? Okay.
everybody have, sorry.
So that would mean that it must be lower there than over here, if it's only one step.
Correct, yeah, I added in that for illustration purposes, and we're using it on this contractor, so I feel like I needed to add in a little information for you, but
Yeah.
yes.
They don't even use levels, so.
Yeah. And so, for clarification, this is the side that it will be on, where this is. So, this building right here, that long skinny chicken is gonna.
The back.
Access will go, yeah.
Can you make sure Chris has that image for the
I'll send
file?
that to him.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Um,
That's just like the zoning email, right?
Yes,
Yeah, I took that this morning thinking, we might be.
that's helpful, yeah, definitely.
So you're building the porch and the ramp.
Correct, it's gonna be attached. Instead of having stairs up to her French door, we'll have a short ramp on it.
It, may be helpful for her, for future users, to have the ramp also covered.
Oh, that's a good point.
Right, so you may wanna build the ramp, I know we're not supposed to offer suggestions,
No,
but
but
this is
I
like
think
an
this is-
accessibility
this is-
situation,
Yeah,
so.
it is, yeah, absolutely. I mean,
So
the point is
I'd
aging in
rather-
place, so.
Right, so you may wanna take away some of your level floor
Right.
under the porch roof so that you can, you know, be covered as
Yeah.
you're using the ramp.
That's a really good point.
Especially because the slope surface, it could be slippery.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, that's a good one.
I have a question. It's ADA compliant, the ramp would be ADA compliant? Okay.
Yes.
And I don't disagree with Aaron, because I was gonna ask whether or how it would be integrated.
Yeah, I
So-
don't think they had thought of that. So that is definitely something that we could adjust in the drawing if they wanna do that. I know that the overhang, right, the lack of an overhang right now, that makes for a very wet entrance already. So she is excited about having that overhang. So, yeah, it is a really good point.
Otherwise, does anyone have questions about the proposed
Do you
portion
know
of it?
what is the pitch of the roof on the porch? Is it this, is it this, middle?
Oh, that's a good question. I assume it's not gonna be flat, the point was to move the water away, but I don't know exactly off the top of my head.
I think we would like if you were looking at this from the street, even if you can't see it from the street, like how does the roof of the porch
Okay.
fit with whatever else is already going on that east elevation of that part of the building?
Okay, so right now, there's nothing on that entire wall,
Of the
except
chicken
for
coop.
would be the roof. Of the barn building,
Okay.
there's nothing on there, so.
Okay, so is the roof of the porch gonna be a continuation of the roof of the barn building, or is there gonna be
No,
like 2
it would be
feet and then there's
separate,
another
yeah.
separate roof? So we need more information about how the roof, the wall, and the new roof
Okay.
work together.
Okay,
So
okay.
this
So in
drawing
terms of
has to
you
show
mean-
us some connection to what it's gonna go to.
I see, okay, so essentially if I have the drawing on this image, but you want it this way so you can see the
Well,
both profile.
would be helpful.
Okay,
Yeah.
And then especially how that other part of how the chicken coop and the barn and the new roof, that corner, how is the builder gonna
Integrated.
integrate all those? That's a lot of angles.
And the chicken coop roof is not super, it's not super steep, right? It's from what I can see from the edge of it.
It is not, I mean, it is pitched, it's not flat.
Right.
But it's
But
steeper
then
on
how
the far
will
side.
this roof change and what will the pitch be?
Okay,
So, you know, and that is for snow load and for a lot of safety issues. So understanding that better would be really helpful.
okay,
And for future maintenance, and to make sure that that's like flashed correctly and it's not gonna like cause rot problems.
yeah, okay.
So Marcia will have some notes in the minutes, but do
Okay, I
you
was gonna
know,
say,
no,
can I
but do you
write-
know what
yeah.
we need?
I think so, yeah.
So we need, I'll write it on here too, we need information on flashing, pitch,
Attachment.
attachment to both angles of the building, where the buildings meet.
Okay.
And then that would give you an opportunity to explore whether the ramp
Could be under the overhang
was gonna be
as well.
integrated,
I think
or
that's a
whether
good idea.
you're gonna think about another way to cover the ramp, if you wanna kind of,
We need an elevation drawing
Yes,
from
the street, right, we need a north elevation.
Okay,
of
and
the-
you don't mean like what you can see from the street, but like
Yes,
looking in
drawing,
that, from that
as if
direction.
the house
Well, you
wasn't
can
there,
see
like,
staring at it.
Okay, perfect,
Yeah.
I just
Do we
wanna
want-
make sure I bring you the right thing.
Do we want more information on the decking material itself?
that is a question that,
The
It
plan
looks
is to
like it-
do all wood.
Right.
And the material for the roof of the overhang would be the same metal color as the existing roof on the barn as well.
so wood decking, but if you do have more detail on that,
Okay.
like,
Anything specific
Emily, am I
about-
writing, anything you do have that's specific.
Okay.
My writing is not great, but that's kind of some of the things we just threw at you.
Oh, okay, perfect.
And if
Okay.
you're not sure, definitely, email Chris
Okay.
between now and the next meeting,
Okay.
so, you can come fully prepared, all
Yeah.
the stuff.
Great.
Nope, that's yours.
Oh, okay, yeah, I just took a picture of it, so I don't, but that's fine.
You get it, you get the whole piece
I
of
lose
paper.
paper, but I don't lose my
I
phone.
understand.
So that's fine.
Two of them.
Yes, perfect. Okay, and so outside of those questions, so just better drawings.
Yeah, and that shows us that you and the builder have an understanding of how it all ties in together,
Okay,
and it helps us understand how it's gonna look.
great. Can do. Awesome,
Super.
cool.
So our May meeting we established is May 14th.
Okay,
So, Chris will return you to the agenda on May 14th.
okay.
If you could get him that information, at least a week before the meeting, that would be ideal.
We'll be in touch.
Great.
I'll help you this
Yeah.
week and we'll
That sounds good.
flush this all out.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. All right, I'm gonna backtrack because we did skip over 3 Leatherstocking. Has anybody come to address 3 Leatherstocking? Okay, nobody's done that. Okay. Then we're going on to item number 16 on the agenda, 12 Susquehanna. How are you?
Good, I apologize, I didn't have time to run home and grab my paperwork, Christmas.
We have extras if you need them. Would you like to tell us about your project, and if you need a copy, you can please tell us.
Yeah, the basic project, which is the carriage house behind 12 Susquehanna, it's a three-bay garage now. What I would like to do is turn one of the bays into a teaching and recording studio for music. My wife and I both teach music out of the house. We'd actually like to be able to teach out back there rather than the house. But it's going to involve quite a bit of preliminary work on the building to stabilize it and put in a concrete floor and stuff. The only exterior issues where I would like to replace the doors, which you see from the current pictures, they're definitely needed that. And replace those with barn-style sliding doors, which are going to be more period appropriate for the place, and also put a staircase up the outside on the north end to be able to access the second floor for storage.
So this building does not have an interior staircase?
It has a really bad interior staircase, which I'm gonna have to take down to put in that room anyways. And just because of this other structural issues I'm addressing with it, I would rather, for now, not have to immediately turn around and try and figure out a place to fit in the staircase.
So the staircase pictured is the, how you would like to replace it in this image? What type of wood did you want to use?
I was thinking pressure treated. Whatever, I haven't been able to get much input from the county because they won't even talk to me until I get through here with you guys. But what
I can add, I would imagine the county would want this upstairs egress door. It's going to be used as a music studio because for fire safety, the
So
interior
the
space.
second floor is just storage though, right?
Correct.
Yeah, first floor is the music.
Yes,
And it's just gonna be that one bay on the addition part of the carriage house. There's actually the original carriage house, which is 2 bays, and I understand the other bay was added later on.
I didn't get this.
Okay,
Yes. You can see that from the inside as far as the add-on.
Now, this image is not the doors that you're proposing, this is the doors that are on there now, or did you drop in doors?
No, those are the drop-in ones. And I also enclosed that picture I thought of, that was a little more, not of the doors installed, but of the actual door system I wanted to use.
So there's sliders?
Yeah.
So where will the doors, I don't understand from,
Yes, that's the picture right there. That's the picture they have.
so where will the doors slide away?
Well, if you look at the other picture I have, that they would be offset. The middle one would be sliding on the inside to the
Okay,
left, and the other two would be able to slide to the middle. Assuming I don't ever have to open all three doors at one time. Which, I don't know, you know.
so
There's another picture that shows that exact configuration.
so the doors would then be mounted on the on the outside
Right.
of the structure?
Well, the outside two would be mounted on the outside, the middle one would be mounted, the slider would be on the inside.
So are you gonna propose to cover the track with an overhang or?
Yeah,
Okay.
So we need, I guess, a little more information in the images. Is this an exterior of what the overhead would look like?
no, that's just the,
Yeah,
and one of the issues I'm dealing with here is, like I said, the doors literally would probably be the last thing done on the project, because none of the stuff like doors and windows and stuff like that can be done until the structural stuff is taken care of. So I may very well, depending on how long the rest of the project takes, I mean, we're very well be back here again, because I haven't been able to sit down with anybody yet and get specifics on things like that, because I haven't got the answers I need from the county on what they're going to require to do this.
So what's your priority? To get done first?
The floor, but since it's an existing, structure, there's, and historical area, there's a lot of things I need to find out from them as far as insulation requirements, how deep they want to go with the slab. There's a pretty good chance I'm gonna have to put a supporting wall all the way around the base of it, which would be pretty time consuming, because it can only be done in sections, but it doesn't need that anyway. Right now, it's just wood sitting on the ground. But, you know, it's a great old building. I don't want it to continue to suffer from that.
Just so I understand, these exterior sliding barn doors aren't weather tight. What will keep the weather out is this, because you're building a second interior wall for
the
sound.
studio, I'm gonna build a second interior wall, so it'll be double insulated. And hopefully it's close to.
But like the sliding barn doors, do they seal and keep out moisture and air, or are they more?
I'm not concerned about that on the two bays on the left, because those are just still gonna be garage.
Mhm.
The one on the right could conceivably just be there cosmetically match the others and be sealed. I haven't gotten that. Part of us does that, but I don't know what that, one of the issues with whatever kind of supporting wall I have to build underneath it. If I have to build the, I don't know how high I have to come with that wall, I'm gonna have to redo that whole section of driveway to be able to be driven into.
Do you have, I realize you may not be at this place, but we will need specifications about what doors are made out of. So manufacturer spec sheet or something like that.
I can get that, again, like I said, that I'm not anticipating that by the time that comes around, that's going to be what's available, it's completely different too.
and the other thing, and I know you said the county won't even talk to you until you have, permit
Yeah.
from us.
I did speak to them, they said, call us again when you've.
But I don't know if this is gonna come up, because I'm not code savvy per se, but if you're using that right-hand section as a studio, and it's a garage door, are they gonna ask for some kind of egress door?
And that I have thought of, and again, I do want to address that with them.
Yeah. And have you thought about what you would do if they did, where you would put it?
It would have, well, the logical place is on the north side, either on the north side or on the corner where the stairs are, or instead of a slider on the front of it, you call that the rest of it.
I just mistakenly assumed that on the studio side, which is conditioned, that sort of a cosmetic door, you would have a person door.
Right, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah, so because it's double walled as a music studio, that exterior door is more just cosmetic than anything else. The actual door would be.
Once the studio's in, there wouldn't be a need to have a full opening.
So just to answer
Sliding door to bring anything.
her question, as far as egress, there would be a person door located here behind the sliding door.
That's the option that seems most sensible to me, but again,
Well, it seems like another choice would be to enter the garage and then enter this.
right, what I'm trying to avoid there is having to open those doors in the winter.
So it
seems
seems like we might be able to approve the stairs today. I'm not.
And the other question I have about the stairs is the door at the top of the stairs, it does not exist right now.
There is a door
correct?
up there.
And is that what it looks like?
It's the original carriage house type doors for loading and hay and stuff. And it would have to be enlarged a little bit, it's not
So
walkable at this point, it's only about 4 feet high.
the door in the image is a door you've set in there.
Yeah.
But dimensionally, this door is what size?
I think we need some pictures, unaltered pictures of what it looks
Existing.
like now.
Is there one more? I thought there was one.
No, we've got yours, your pictures with the new doors,
From that.
set into,
Because I have enclosed pictures both of what it currently looks like and what's proposed. So it should be pictures of the north side before the,
There
stairs
are
were put in there.
pictures that are partial pictures of two sides, but,
That's,
Those are my pictures.
okay.
Nothing.
yeah, we've only got, this is what we have.
because I did send.
No, they ain't there.
This is the new one. Yeah.
You're saying that it's a.
These interiors not as big. There are, that needs to be done first. That came out there for the support.
Oh, yes, you were saying that this is what he wants to put in there, whereas the door that's in there now is only like a 4 foot.
Let's see how it is. And this one. It's this.
Okay. Can you send that to Chris?
Can I take a?
Could be different options.
It's an interesting look.
Sent to the email or text?
Either one is fine. File. It's, to get the county moving on this, right? We could conceivably tell the county that we're opposed stairs and the replacement of the garage doors, and we could ask for a field change. More information before we let them know.
We issue the actual permit for the doors, or?
I was asking how the county, that we're okay with what.
So the replacement of the doors themselves, if things aren't changing structurally with the actual openings, that's an HPAC issue, that's not a county issue, that doesn't require a county permit, correct?
Right, we're just.
What requires a county permit? The addition of the stairs, and then.
All the structural work I have to do.
Yeah.
To
We
that
don't,
point.
but
No, I
that's
realize that.
that's interior.
I can't start any of that until I get to this part.
And Liz, you're saying the door at the top of the stairs, since you're changing the frame,
do you have any specs on this door?
I don't, I have place to give notes.
Okay.
I'm expecting a lot of things, I mean, once I talk to them and tell them that it's done better.
So I think we need more information, but what would ideally get you going for the time being while we deal with some of these other issues?
Well, as I said, both these things are literally probably the last two things the whole project to get done. So they could be 2 or 3 years down the road before I get to them. But I need to get some kind of preliminary, okay, and I'm happy to provide more information, some materials and stuff like that, but I need to get the structural stuff going before I can address any of these other things.
But your structural issues, what do you need from HPART in order to get your structural issues inside?
I don't think I need anything from you for the structure issues, but I have to have the cosmetic stuff cleared on the outside before the guys at the county will come over and look at the building and tell me what I need to do in order to meet their codes for putting this slab floor, stuff like that.
So you need all of it pretty much. You need all your cosmetic things other than the clapboard on the side of the house.
That's not gonna, that's a separate thing, yeah. I mean, even if it's just a preliminary saying it's okay pending this information.
So we need the specs on the doors.
Right.
We would need information on the hood above the doors, whatever's going to protect the rails and enclose the rails. We need the specs on the side door, at the top of the stairs. The design you have for the stairs is the design you plan to use,
That,
depending on the county
the
approval?
only other way it will fit back there, between the property lines and other stuff, is to have I could do a continuous staircase, but if I do that, it's gonna come out beyond the end of the building, and extend out to where the driveway is.
And I don't know whether other people have opinions on sorry about that, on the design of the stairs. I'm not sure if the county's gonna approve a stairway blocking windows. That's something that whether we weigh in on that or not, it may end up.
And again, like I said, I know there's gonna be things that are gonna happen that may change that. If that's the case, I'd have to do it the other way. The only way to do it would be to bring it out past the end of the,
I mean, we can conceptually
'cause it can't go
approve
the other
these.
way because of the property lines.
Right, we can conceptually approve these things, but you would have to come back for field changes because we need detailed information on the doors, the hood, the door on the side, and the final kind of materials and design of the stairs, if that's gonna change at all.
And the materials for the doors.
The materials for the doors. So how we do that,
Well, what I could do is I could contact the county and let them know that, that the stairs are not that they comply with setback and we have no issue with them existing in that place, but we can't approve them aesthetically yet.
well, we can approve them as proposed if this is what you're hoping to do. If the county comes back and we can vote on them as proposed, if this is what you're hoping to do. If the county says you have to do something different, you can't block the windows, again, that would be a field change. But if that's what you need to get things rolling, if this is what the design you would like to propose, if the design is gonna change because you change your mind or because the county says you need to change it for some reason.
I'm very aware of that.
Yeah.
So I think as a proposal, proposal is not complete because we don't have enough information about materials for any of the proposed changes. And that's really the meat of what we do is aesthetics and materials. So in order, I am not comfortable voting on this, even with the idea that, okay, if the county says you have to do, something else, come back with a field change. I can't vote yes on something that doesn't have materials listed, even if the design changes or the county says you can't use that material. Like there just isn't there isn't enough substance to the application for a motion, I don't think.
I agree, because we'd be leaving way too many things open-ended. Does anybody feel comfortable conceptually supporting the stairs so Chris can call the county, and conceptually supporting the proposed measures so we can start things in motion, so the county will talk to you about what you can and can't do? Because it is hard for us to issue a permit for things we don't know what we're gonna do.
Will the stairs really get the ball rolling without other elements being?
I don't know.
So what was the process that just happened with the property on Railroad? Because we approved something and then she came back with information from the county regarding an additional egress that
Right.
involved stairs.
Right, so that was an addition, it wasn't the original, she proposed something that happened, and they told her she had to do more, so. I guess the question to this board.
We have these minutes, right? The county can receive the minutes as indication, like this discussion is recorded, so.
Right. And does the board conceptually agree to the addition of stairs on that exterior side of the building and the addition of a door where the hayloft door was located?
I think I feel pretty comfortable on that, but there's still, I think there might still be questions about the size of the door, and then if the size of the door was changed, then would that make the stairs, the landing up top out of place? I'm not sure if I have a problem with the size of that door and how it sits there, but
Well, we don't even have dimensions on the door, so we
I
can't.
can get those
Yeah.
for you. I mean,
So-
honestly, that door will probably be a little bit narrower and a little higher, shouldn't affect the landing.
okay, so if we're still working on the door and your landing is as it is, that's not gonna be a problem for you. Okay.
I don't know, and again, like I said, I'm not 100% sure what they're gonna require for footings and stuff like that too.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
happy to
I'm
call
not
the county
100%
if
sure
we
what
see
county
that,
wants
I don't know if we need to
as far as
further,
footings.
which our motion to do that.
I think, because he needs to understand what where they're gonna push back.
I don't have a problem with the stairs, they're not really seen from the road or correctly, and it doesn't, seems okay to me, but that's just me.
I'm fine with the idea of stairs.
You see something more concrete as far as.
Well, not concrete stairs. Okay, sorry, it's a long
We
night.
need,
That'd be like wood.
yeah, specifics, dimensions, materials.
And in looking at the door you've dropped in, I have concern if it's a sweeping open door like this and you're landing.
Well, from a safety standpoint, there, I would probably have a door open to the inside.
Okay. But we do need dimensions on the stairs, things like that. And then more detail on the doors, side and front doors, and then anything that's shielding the rail, things like that. If it's gonna be exterior, if the rail's gonna be on the exterior, how that's gonna look. Because if you're proposing that the doors open toward each other, is one gonna open inside and one gonna
That's what
open
I'm saying.
outside?
The middle will be open inside, the outer two on the outside.
So if the outer one opens to the outside, we're gonna need a lot more
Yeah.
detail.
Now, can we approve the siding?
Yes. And We can vote on it.
It's up to your peers. Make a motion.
Potentially.
Does anybody want to make a motion regarding proposed clapboards on the back of the porch?
I just have a question for clarification. Again, the image that you provided that shows claps on,
That was just show what I'm gonna do. I'd like to do it on both the back and the side, just to have it match the rest of the house.
okay, so this final image with the two sliders here, this is a Photoshop.
Just the platform, everything else
Right.
is as it is, yeah,
So this does not exist here.
correct.
Okay, you dropped that in with
I
Photoshop.
have a friend, Robin.
Okay. It's
But-
important for us to know
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
you're not, you're not making an application to continue something that was started or to make something match this wall. I think it's important.
No,
maybe-
that actually, what he put in there is an actual, from an actual picture of what's on the rest of the house.
Right,
Yeah,
but
but-
this doesn't exist.
Right, no.
And is it just clapboards in that section, or are you
That
proposing
section
clapboards?
also, yeah, I'd like to.
Along
build
here,
them so
too.
they match all the way around.
So, and this was an enclosed porch that was
Yeah.
potentially once an exterior porch?
It looks like, yeah, it definitely looks like it was definitely a exterior porch. Long before we got that.
So along that long side porch, from where the stiles end to the end, and then around the corner, which is what you showed us.
Yeah, so it's two sides that would have the clapboards added. So this is the rear with the door,
Right.
and then the side, which is the west side of the porch.
It's gonna be an exact match.
Yeah.
And right now,
I,
the horizontal railings on the porch are visible. It would be underneath that horizontal railing.
It will go over those, so it'll be one continuous clapboard.
So the posts on the porch would be covered by clapboards.
Okay, so this vertical post will be
Because
covered.
What you're seeing, like what's, you can see from there now, is just the inside wall, which is a paper thin wall. I'm not sure what they were trying to do, it's pretty insubstantial.
The vertical post would be covered. The clapboards would start under the railing.
Yeah.
So the clapboards start right under the railing
Mm-hmm.
and go all the way to the decking.
Correct.
Would they cover what looks like something is supported with like a piece of 2x4, the lower rail of the balustrade assembly?
Yeah, we cover that also, I'd probably put some additional bracing in the basket.
Okay. So the clapboards are gonna go directly they're gonna meet the deck of the porch.
Yeah.
And because, for example, here, where you have the two vertical pieces, this is dimensionally farther out than these two. Are you gonna fill that somehow? Or are you gonna do it all the way to this post?
No, I wouldn't do it any further than just the end of, I will have to fill that, but I wouldn't do any further than the end of the enclosed area.
Okay.
And so, somebody had asked if the clapboards were gonna match, and you said hopefully, but in this board, like, they need to match, right?
But no, if
They need to have the same reveal
So
as what's on the rest of
sometimes
the house.
when I found out some of the old, I think that one according to the guys at Bruce Hollow, that was enough that the clapboard shouldn't be too hard to match. If not, I may have to go somewhere and have them take one off and have them.
Yeah, there are mills around here that can do that.
That's, yeah, my exact idea is to have it match exactly so that.
And we're clear that it is a wood clapboard, correct?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure of that.
Yeah.
The upper rail will remain?
Yeah, because it's also acting as a windowsill, and it seems like that aesthetically, that'd be the best looking thing. Because otherwise I'd have to put some kind of trim up there on top of it also.
And then you just seal the end of it, the vertical end of the clapboard, that fill space, you just finish it with a simple.
Corner board.
Yeah, there's a corner piece, we do that and paint it, to make sure, where the process will be painting the whole place, but I don't know, the painting history in that house is a nightmare.
Watched it happen.
Every contractor I talk to has a different story.
No comment.
No, we don't comment on.
No, but I mean, it's just, you know what I'm up against on the aesthetic stuff,
It's a painted lady.
yeah. I mean, it's solid underneath, it's got a lot of stuff that needs to be removed for it.
Is clapboard as a rail, part of the vernacular of this particular kind of house? I see
Not
it-
really.
I see it as craftsman.
Yeah, it's not really part of the vernacular. I guess the reason I'm overlooking it is because of that enclosure from the inside, that pseudo kind of enclosed porch that's already taking place. But no, it isn't really part of that vernacular.
And the street is off to the left, right?
Yes, honestly, I think that if you were looking at the vernacular, and feel free to correct me, anybody, I would think a beadboard would be more appropriate, but we aren't designing.
On the exterior or the interior?
So
Or the scaling.
the idea of enclosing a porch like this doesn't really make a lot of sense, so I don't,
Yeah,
you know.
I know, that's why I'm not
There's so little
questioning it.
sense in everything that happened before you got there,
Yeah,
that we're just trying to make.
I'm trying to.
Domino
that's the best
effect
way.
of decisions.
But you're right, with the beadboard would be more appropriate for a queen and one house.
Yeah, or the scaling,
Yeah.
but I think the beadboard.
Well, I'm open.
We don't
I'm not supposed to
design,
make this
we don't
suggestion.
design for our applicants.
I don't mind looking into that.
And we can only approve or not approve what you've
Yeah,
proposed.
it seemed to me with the way the rest of everything else is, that doing something that matches, because it's already chopped up quite a bit. So every time you do something differently, it's just one more layer.
If you do drive around and look at other Queen Anne's, late Victorian, early 20th century houses and look at some of the first floor porches and their skirting at this level, you would probably see some scaling like this, that's like your upper window,
Okay.
and you may see some beadboard. If you do a little look around and see similar period houses and decide that that's maybe something you want to consider instead of
Yeah.
the clapboard, you can feel free to come back to us for a field change. Unless, I'm not speaking for my peers, maybe
No,
they.
you're right, I'll have to.
I know there are some other examples of similar period houses,
Yeah, there's several on our street.
with specifically the scaling on the first floor porch. But
I'm definitely open to that.
So,
It seems like the path of least resistance at this point.
I understand. And so Pat, your point is well made, and the tricky thing is the just domino effect of what's happened here. We like to stop the dominoes from falling at some point,
Yeah,
but,
I'm
Clapboard would be an improvement.
But what I was concerned about is that he's actually going to be adding material.
right.
Could
I
he
understand.
add historic material as opposed to?
Yes, I mean, and that's why we would
right,
encourage
and
you to.
I'll definitely look at that. Again, but as she said, what I'm trying to avoid is the patchwork effect. Also, just because the house, got so much stuff I've got to deal with the deck in the back and everything else.
Well, it's a little time now to explore it.
Yeah.
And a long time to enjoy it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well put.
Does anybody want to make a motion?
We are making a motion for the stairs and the clapboard.
Only the clapboard.
Only the clapboard. Chris is gonna talk to the county and share the minutes
I'll be happy to
on the
make a
stairs.
motion for that.
Do we actually have to make a motion at this particular point
Or
For the clapboard, right?
Yeah.
for the clappers?
if people are not comfortable and would like to see another proposal, encourage some other materials.
How long is your timeline for doing all
I was hoping to get this one done this summer, but that's by far the smaller of the two projects. I mean, with approval, that's a one-day project, of course,
this?
I think that, Pat's point is pretty good in terms of the clapboard's gonna be kind of severe if you look at other materials and look around at other houses and see the scaling or the beadboard. And give it some thought, maybe come back next month with, you see if you've come up with some alternatives. Since it sounds like you're gonna be seeing us a lot with this project, if you don't mind.
No, I'm.
We'll just keep you on the agenda, right, Chris? We're here every second Tuesday of the month, excuse me.
I mean, it kind of sounds like we're.
One thing I would encourage is, you will find, for instance, craftsman style houses in which there is clapboard running in that space, but it's a very different style house.
But there are definitely
Differences.
houses that are closer to your period and style
I
than.
know where a lot of them are. Okay.
It sounds as though that we could consider the clapboard. And if that is the case, that we would, if that was the way you wanted to go, then we could potentially approve the clapboard with the condition that looking around at the others too. But I mean, if we're no go on the clapboard, then obviously we should put off the vote to potentially say that the clapboard would be okay, although subject to change. I mean, if we would potentially approve it anyway, if the gentleman doesn't, want to add something else, then we may as well approve it now and trust that there's gonna be a look into it.
If you're not trying to get this done in the next month, do you mind working with us on looking
No,
around?
I could, that I
And
could.
Bernie, I'd rather do it that way if you, yeah.
Only get one.
Thank you. Well, it's gonna snow between now and then anyway,
Yeah.
so you're not gonna get a lot of work done. It'll be 3 feet, who knows?
As soon as I get the transcript, brought it to this.
Mr. Sales, thank you for putting up with us. It sounds like we'll hear a lot from you soon, and I hope the county cooperates, and we will see you next month.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, anybody come in for 3 leather stocking? No, going once, going twice.
The owner lives in LA, I believe.
Okay, I wasn't sure, he was gonna be here last month.
There was one meeting indicated he would.
Yeah, that's why I asked. Okay, so we're on to number 17 on the agenda, 8 Lake Street.
How you doing?
Great, come on up.
How's everybody tonight?
Good, thank you, how are you?
Pictures from, you got pictures?
Oh, we do, we have whatever
Alright.
was sent,
Yep.
unless you have more pictures.
We don't have any pictures, we only have this.
I don't have those pictures.
I got those.
Okay.
Got a few of them, I think. Enough. 6 double hung replacements.
Tell us about the materials, do you have any specs?
I have a window, a sash from the window with the simulated grid.
Okay, so Which windows are the 6 replacements proposed for?
The 2 upper, the 3 upper and the 3 lower.
So all 6
Yep.
windows pictured in this corner. Have you seen our window guidelines?
Yeah.
So these are vinyl windows?
Yeah, same window we brought in for Meg Kiernan's place.
But Meg Kiernan's place is a replacement of 20th century vinyl windows.
Yep.
And this is original
Yep.
windows on this 19th century
Yes.
structure. So there's a big difference.
Okay.
So I just wanted to
Well, the
kind
window.
of level the playing field there.
The window that is the same window.
Right,
It's just
but there's a
this is
big
up.
difference in the building and
Yeah.
what we'll consider, especially because of our window guidelines
Yep.
and especially because the proposal is to replace original windows on a 19th century building with vinyl windows.
Yep.
And that's why I asked if you've seen our window guidelines. And let's see, so, do you have them?
I have them right
Okay,
here. My
yeah.
office prepared this.
Yeah,
I didn't
okay,
really
yep.
have a chance to look at it,
So, synthetic materials that precisely replicate the pattern and finished appearance of historic windows are generally approved, provided they're able to accept and hold paint.
Yes.
Applicants should provide specification sheets. Vinyl is not acceptable in most cases, but may be considered in cases where windows are located at or below ground level or in buildings built after World War II. This one was not.
I'm
So,
sure it wasn't.
yeah. So that's kind of the one of the kind of thresholds. What we would ideally look for with this building would be rehabilitation of the original windows.
Okay.
And if the original windows are beyond repair, if replacement is applied for, we would ideally like to see wood, or
Okay.
if it's a manufactured product, we'd like to see a paintable product that really dimensionally kind of reflects the divisions in the light, etc. So that's, the vinyl that you're proposing really doesn't do that, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Anybody have anything else to add?
No, we also would be unlikely to ever approve a simulated divided light.
Okay, that's good
Especially
for
on
us to
this
know,
one.
yeah.
Yep. I mean, the only reason we approved that, and I think it's in the minutes from that other meeting, is because it was a replacement of a 20th century vinyl.
Yeah, the
Like,
house
we were
was built in the
replacing a
70s.
vinyl window with a
Yeah.
vinyl window.
And we try to emphasize that
Okay.
when we do acknowledge that a vinyl is acceptable because it replaced with vinyl, but in this particular house,
It's gotta be wood.
yes,
Okay.
ideally.
I
And
appreciate
if it's
that.
not a paintable product where,
I mean, it is a vinyl, it can be painted. But
no, I mean, we're talking with dimensional mullions and things like that,
Okay.
so.
But
I understand.
you were saying that if there's nothing wrong with the existing window, that rehabilitation is our.
That's our idea. I mean, this house has a lot of original fabric intact. And we want to ideally see as much done as possible
Okay.
to maintain that. And the windows, the last time I was in this house, I think were still operational, if I remember correctly. I know they need work, but I
Yeah.
do
Unfortunately, the homeowner's not here with us today, so.
Yeah. And
they're
we're
just- I
glad
think-
to talk to the homeowner if the
Yeah.
homeowner wants to attend a meeting.
Okay,
The guidelines are on the village website. Chris is glad to talk to the homeowner too in terms
Okay.
of the guidelines, but in terms of coming before the board, we can really talk about our goals. And this house has a great deal of original fabric, and the goal, And at some point, maybe Chris wasn't the zoning enforcement officer, but around the time of the sale of the house, and I'm not sure if it was the person who bought it from the McDougalls who still owns it, or the estate who still owns it, but another contractor had come, and potentially the owner, and I think we had a long conversation about our kind of clear expectations in terms of maintaining fabric and with replacement, what the expectations were, so we're glad to do it again.
Okay.
Thank you, I'm sorry you guys had to sit here for
That's
this.
fine, don't worry about it.
Thank you very much.
Have a good evening.
Didn't even have to recuse yourself, Brandon.
Thanks for doing the talking.
Okay. 15 Church Street. Come on in.
I'm gonna stand if that's okay.
That's okay. Don't rock the
Who's your assistant today?
This is Emmy, and she's a month and a half.
Oh,
I had the option-
preservationist.
I had the options of her or the 2-year-old, so I opted for her.
Good choice. I think we met the 2-year-old at one point, right? Or was that the other brother?
Well, there's the 2-year-old and the 4-year-old.
Okay. We met one of them before. Okay, tell us what you want to do this time, Will.
Okay, so this is for the addition, and this is going in place of an existing porch, which last year we went through and we voted to have it okay to demolish that existing porch. So this is purely just the addition itself, not the demolition. The addition is going to go where the existing porch is, and the addition is a 2-story structure. It is going to change the roof in the back. I don't know if you have any questions about that. If you can't see it clearly, just let me know. And the addition is going to extend past the back of the house, roughly 4.5 feet. All of the windows are going to match existing sizes of windows that are on the house already. I'm going to hand make all the windows, they're made out of wood. The back door, I'm going to reuse the existing back door that you can't see in any of the photos because it's actually inside the porch. So I added, if you go to the back of the sheet, you can see pictures of the door I'm going to use and what it's going to look like. Or actually, you know what you call that? The piece that covers the top of the door so rain doesn't fall directly on. So that's going to look exactly like what's already in the house. And then all the materials that I'll use are going to be the same as the existing structure. So wood siding, all same dimensions, same fascia, etc. The only thing that I think might cause some hiccups are the skylights. There's going to be 2 skylights on the roof, on the east side of the roof, so facing my neighbor on 13.
We haven't really had too many skylights in my recent memory. So, go ahead.
I was just saying, the skylights, I threw them in sort of last minute. I know I want to do them. If that's the thing that holds us up, then I'm happy to just rip it out and then come back for a field change. I put them in there. I thought I was going to make them myself originally, and then my dad was like, don't do that. Yeah, and I was like, why not? And he listed all the problems that I have.
Skylights are inherently problematic. Homemade problematic skylights.
Terrible. I kept, every time I researched, it was just like, don't do it. It's fine.
So one thing I think that would be helpful to add to this application package, and I know we've talked about this before, is how the addition and the existing roof line of the main block of the house are resolved, and how that looks from Church Street. So we don't have an elevation from Church Street in this package.
An elevation from...
Like the front, right? The front of the house that shows the roof peak
So is this what you're talking about?
Yes.
So the 1.8-foot drop, because this roof is now, the back roof is now 1.8 feet lower
Currently, yes.
than the peak, and that is where it will be?
No, it's going to rise up to meet the
Okay.
existing
Okay.
roof line. It won't exceed it. I wrote a little bit of a blurb at the beginning in the first page, just saying that it's not going to go. The problem I had before was it was way above the existing roof.
Right.
That was bad.
Right.
I was like, okay, it's going to come up or be, my dad said it's not going to be perfect, so it might be a little bit below.
But it will not be above?
But it will not be above. It won't exceed the current roof line in the front. So to that, it should not be visible. If you're standing in front of the house, looking at the house, from any angle in front of the house, or from any distance in front of the house, you should not be able to see this roof.
You're putting all new structure in the attic of that addition?
Yes.
Are you changing the pitch?
The pitch is going to change, yes. I put the pitch in there, but that was totally wrong. I don't know how I got those numbers. I must have been extremely tired, so I redid them just now. If you want them, I can give them to you now, or I don't know how we go about doing it.
So how is it gonna change?
The pitch is going to decrease. It's going from, currently it's at 5 point. Yeah, the current pitch is 5.27, and it's going to drop down to 3.84. If I did that correctly. And I have the actual, the run and the rise if you need that. So you can do the calculations yourself. And I apologize.
I think we definitely would need that for
the files.
Okay.
And I think, in terms of county, they're gonna need that too.
Yeah. No, I do have an architect who's going to do the actual.
Okay. We just wanna make sure that we you're making as few changes on the architect's dime as possible, is that the goal? Am I being too blunt?
No, that's totally fair, yeah.
So tell me, I'm fixating on this a little bit, and I know this house. Tell me about the design around the back door. Are you trying to mimic the front door?
That's not.
Okay.
Again, the picture in the back. If you go to the back of the picture.
Okay.
And if you go to, there's an actual picture of the existing back door that's on the porch.
Okay.
So originally I did submit.
Both of those out together so you can cross.
Thanks. Yeah, no, I meant the area around it with the trim and stuff.
That was, I'm sorry, well, that one is from the submission to the zoning, just to okay the setback.
Okay.
But that is not what it's gonna look like. It's gonna look like that picture.
So just a really simple trim.
Simple.
I thought that was pretty fancy for a back door.
Well, I was playing around with stuff, and I know zoning wouldn't have mind whatever was in the picture, so.
Got carried away.
Yeah, I did get carried, I totally did. But it's the exact copy of what's in the front. I was like, let me start with that and see what I like, and then my wife was like, I like what's there now. And I was like, okay.
It's easy.
I'll do that.
You're not building the basement windows either, right?
I am building the basement windows, yeah.
Yeah, what happened to Dad? I thought Dad was building a lot of this.
Well,
Never mind, sorry.
No, my mom got diagnosed with multiple myeloma.
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry to hear
But,
that.
no, I'm doing the basement windows. The basement windows are the same that got approved previously, the same ones.
Okay.
So, just for, my memory.
Yes.
I need a memory helper here. How are these basement windows operable? Because there are 9 lights here and I don't see a division. Are they casements?
They're gonna open, the way that the windows work currently in the basement is they open up.
Okay.
And that's
So
exactly what I'm
they're
gonna.
awnings?
Yeah.
Okay.
Given the new foundation, I could do something different, but I'm just not going to. I'm gonna bang out all the windows all at once, so.
Okay. And has county codes approve this window operation.
No,
I feel like that is not adequate for an egress window, so you're probably gonna have to come back and we have a different, I mean, I don't do codes, I don't know.
Okay, no, that's okay.
But just from what I know about windows, you can't get out of that window.
But as far, when I was reading it, it sounded like I needed to, if the basement is intended to be used as some sort of living space, like actual living space, so a bedroom or something like that,
Right.
for somebody who's going to be there, or even an office, I think,
Mhm.
you would need an egress window, but as long as it's just, you know, utility rooms
Okay.
and laundry or whatever, then it doesn't.
Okay.
Sorry.
What other questions do folks have about the addition?
So I guess I would really like to see the architect's drawings for the addition. The architect's drawings for the addition?
What would change on the outside of the architect's drawings?
I would understand it more.
Okay, no, that's totally fair.
And in saying that, does anyone have concerns if we are asking Will to get us the architect's drawings that would prevent approval from what they see now, of what they see now?
No.
No.
So knowing you have conceptual approval, are you comfortable moving on to the architect?
Oh, yes, 100%.
And short of a permit, which we kind of need to, was there anything else you wanted us to look at or talk about tonight?
No, I was hoping for approval tonight, but.
I think with something this big, you're doing a lot.
Yeah,
And you're going to need architectural drawings for county codes.
yes, of course.
So I think knowing that this board does not have hesitations about what you're gonna ask an architect to do.
Yep.
Once the architect has done it, you can come to us knowing that.
That's totally fair, okay.
Is there
Okay.
anything in particular you think that we might be,
I mean, the thing that I
besides the
thought,
skylights?
the skylights were the big thing, and then, I'm still not sure about this, but I did talk to Chris a little bit about it. I want to eventually try and change the roof, because I hate asphalt, roofing material. So I'm looking into cedar shingle, cedar shakes, and just trying to find a way to make that work, both financially and from a rotting,
And do you hate the asphalt because of the environmental or the appearance or?
I hate the appearance, I hate the upkeep, I hate tar, I hate the fact that it rains into the gutters and then it just gets
Yeah.
all around the ground. I hate
So,
it.
and I know cedar, that's great. I'm not sure if that was an original material on this house. I don't know if you have evidence of it. It probably was, given the age of the house. But we also, just so you know, have approved composite materials, and I don't know if Chris mentioned that also.
Yeah, Leah's house.
So, just so you know that if the cedar is prohibitive, you may look at the composite if you're looking at an alternative. We did not have a conversation about the skylights. I personally, given the location of them, on a new addition, don't have any problems with them. Anybody have any hesitations about the skylights?
Great.
The house on Elm that needed the roof and did composite,
And one on Nelson.
Cedar Shake line.
Heinen, yeah, Heinen, Maine too, it's partially composite, at least. So,
Yeah, pretty recently,
yeah.
The composite is, it's vinyl, right? Is that basically?
No, I think it's a recycled, rubberized material.
Okay.
No, this is, I mean, and I think there's a house on, Nelson that has also used it. And it comes in a lot of different patterns. I mean, it's just something to consider.
No, definitely, because again, the price of cedar shakes is like almost as much as the basement and the first floor together. It's like.
No, I know.
So.
There's more than a small fortune.
Yeah.
So when you are ready to replace roof materials, and if you're looking at roof materials on the new sections and then eventually replace on the other sections, but you can come to us if you're changing your materials. So, but I don't think anybody's gonna say no to your skylights, it sounds like, so you can enjoy your sunshine.
Thank you, so I'll be back, was it May 14th?
14.
No point in approving any of it ahead of time.
Right, yeah, we'll wait for the architectural drawings, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, 217 Main. Thank you for your patience.
Chris did warn me, he said, come closer to 6 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
And my thought was, well, what if people don't show up?
Oh, no.
You made it.
Early, sure. We put them at the end of the agenda.
Thank you for being so patient yourselves and sticking around. You've been here a long time tonight, too. We have a handout here for you. I think we have enough. And I thought what I would do was just walk you all through this.
Yeah, we can share. And can you just tell us your name
Yes,
for
yeah.
our purposes?
Yeah, I think we're good.
Perfect, I'll show you.
And do you need while you're doing this?
So yes, my name is Rob Holman.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
with Vecino Group. I'm the.
Rob?
Rob Holzman, Holzman.
It's on the packet.
Yeah, put it on the bottom.
Oh, got it, great.
Okay.
And I'm Mike Phillips of Casino
Mike.
Construction.
So we're here tonight we're pretty early on in the process here. We wanted to introduce to you what we're trying to accomplish. Ultimately, we think that what we need to do at 217 Main is demo the building in order to accomplish what it is that we hope to accomplish on the site. Vecino Group is an multi-family affordable housing development company. That's what we're looking to do on 217 is build an affordable housing development. I put this on here because sometimes you live here and you don't always know where everything is. So just kind of looking from a community context. On the right-hand side of the first page is where we are, Village Hall. If you run through downtown, straight through to the end past the county complex, you'll find our site, the orange to the right there. We're on Main Street. To our west is Grove Street, Railroad Street is to the east, and Glen Ave is a little south of us. The Railroad Inn is near us, the Cooperstown Distillery is there, and to the west is the Cooperstown Trolley, the red lot. The next page 3, the site is 217 Main Street. It's about 1.17 acres. Zoning for that site is C, it's in the commercial district. It does permit for multifamily dwellings. The setbacks and such are 10 feet on the sides and the interior side, and in the rear it's 0 feet. But what's important is the max height for this site. For the C district, I think it's 30 feet, but for parcels that are north of Glen Ave, the max height is 42 feet. So that allows us to go up to a 3-story building. And we're not here to talk about the building tonight itself, of the new construction. I'm just introducing it to you tonight, and we'll get into that in months ahead, I'm sure. Mike and I, if you want to go to the next page 4, Mike and I came out here in February of this year, just end of February. We walked the site pretty completely, got a good feel for what's going on the site. We also were able to gain access into the building. And the mayor actually joined us as well. Doing a little bit of research on the building itself, it does have some interesting history. It was part of this old mill complex that was called Pioneer Mills. It included things like a flour mill. Once it included the Dairyman League's cheese factory. There was a fluid mill depot on it, and at one point there was the Empire Cheese Factory before the International Cheese Company came in. So there's kind of an interesting history of some activities that took place in the building. It is something that appears to be constructed in phases and modified significantly throughout the time that it's been there. And I think that's going to become pretty clear. I'm going to let Mike, as the construction guy.
So there's at least 3 specific separate structures kind of all tied together. The front section is 2 or 3 white brick. It was kind of hard to tell from just being inside of it, with some steel trusses for a separate roof line that has been built over at least twice from what I can tell. And then the middle section is just a CMU structure with modernly shored dimensional joists at the roof line. And then the back structure is a combination of some poured in place, some cast in place, columns and beams with some brick. And it's also got some wood clad over top of the brick that was kind of put on. And then it's got a few other layers of facade on top of that. So it's at least 3 separate structures that were tied in at some point. Over the course of many years, I guess.
The other interesting part about section 2 in the middle there, you go through that door that you see in the middle, and you step onto a little platform, and you go down a couple of stairs, and there's right now it's being used for storage space, but then you can go up a set of stairs, and you can get to another room that's up above there, but then you walk to the back of that room, and there's this door that Mike and I got up on a dresser and a chair and climbed through the door, and there's yet another level towards the back part of the building. It's kind of weird in there.
I suspect at some point the back structure is probably the oldest structure of the 3, would be my guess. It had a flat roof at some point. There's some nice, gooey asbestos roofing on there with some old ballast stone actually still up there as well from at some point there was probably a ballast roof on top. And one of the, kind of going through it, typically these structures, and I've been in a lot of old buildings in my career. I think I've been part of 17 historic rehab projects around the country. I'm used to seeing some pretty rough structure. This one showed some signs of defecation. There's been water damage over the years. There's brick popping everywhere. It's the old soft brick. It's type N mortar. And it is the structure of the building. So it's showing some of those signs. Some of the interesting parts of this building that are really challenging that lead to my recommendation of knocking it down is a lot of the topography and the actual structure itself. So from an elevation change from where the rail yard is up to, I can't remember the name of the street on the other side. It's about 15 feet.
Grove Street?
Yeah, it's about a 15-foot elevation drop, and that building's kind of built into some of those basement level areas. So it's pretty challenging if you want to convert it to anything from a housing standpoint or any types of use if you want to have accessibility in the structure. The modernization of anything would require some pretty significant structural work. And by the time it's not a very big structure in the grand scheme of the idea of the project. So there'd be very little left of it to be able to use any of it towards something beneficial. So the pilasters have got some water damage. The roof structure itself are all been new at some points. Some roof structures have the old dimensional 2x4, probably from the 50s or 60s or maybe before that. And then there's some that's been scabbed in with new traditional dimensional lumber. It's not probably going to hold up much of a snow load. It's not going to manage any energy codes. So that would all have to be torn off and redone regardless. It's been cut up with the elevation changes. So fair housing standards, ADA standards, getting people in and out of it would be very unsafe. And most importantly, I think that any historical significant features of the building would be pretty well damaged to be able to do anything with it. Anything beneficial. So the intended use for housing and residential, adding all of the windows that you need for residential housing, you need windows in every bedroom, you need windows in all the living spaces. It would be not, there wouldn't be much left of the building by the time you punch all the windows in and try to maintain any of that part of the facade that was originally there. So my recommendation is to knock it down and start over again.
So if you go to page 8, that kind of summarizes everything that Mike just said. The site visit.
Can you go back to page 6? We're just curious, because we haven't been in there. What is this?
Is that like twisted?
It's old spiral rebar, which is probably, it's predating 1920. There is some cast-in-place columns in the furthest south section of the building that look like they go all the way up through the roof. So it was almost like it was built for some sort of potential vertical addition in the 20s. But below that, most of those columns, you can see all that rebar is degraded at the bottom. So they're just kind of sticking up through the roof, and they built the roof structure over top of it. I mean, I've seen some of that stuff on big buildings in like Boston and New York City. They built these high rises at some point for potential vertical expansion. Actually doing that, 30, 40, 50 years later, it never works because the standards have all changed. So.
Right.
Any more questions about
Sorry, we were just
It's neat.
curious.
I mean, I've only seen that a few times in my career. The old spiral.
And not on a relatively low building in Cooperstown.
Yeah.
Got a dream.
So, moving ahead from what we understand is at the site now, and for us to do what we want to do on the site with the multifamily housing, the recommendation is clearly to demo the building. And what we did is, this is a very, if you turn to page 9, it's a very preliminary concept plan for what we think you can do on the site. We're proposing a 3-story building, 50 units, 35 one-bedroom units, and 15 two-bedroom units. Right now, we believe we can get probably 52 parking spaces in there. We haven't done a survey on the site yet. We haven't done the geotech work yet. We're trying to make sure that we can do what we need to do with the site in order to build a multifamily project. We also have a service provider that we're going to be working with, and this is something that we typically do in most all of our projects. We find local service providers that provide housing for people of some kind of special population need. Sometimes it's women exiting domestic abuse situations. Sometimes it's working with people veterans coming out of homelessness. Other times it's working with youth coming out of the foster care system. And in this one, we're going to work with folks at Springbrook who provide support and services with people with developmental disabilities. And they used to be here. They used to have some space here in Cooperstown.
I own the house where they used to be.
So we've been in contact with them, and so far it's been a really good conversation with them.
And Pat Kennedy has reached out to me. She's the president of Springbrook, and she is glad to speak to the board as well about the goals for the housing itself, if the board is interested in that. I think, Chris, if I'm not mistaken, the village's lead on this, the trustees are lead on this, is that correct? Has that officially, Joe, has that officially happened?
I don't think we're even there yet.
No, we haven't submitted any site
Okay.
plans. We haven't had contact with the plan board.
Yeah, okay,
You might be,
We've done that yet.
okay.
you might be referring to the Restore New York.
Maybe that was it.
We're looking to.
Okay, so I apologize, I put the cart before the horse, but I think it'll be a larger effort, and if Pat were to come and talk, it might be to a bigger group than just this board.
There was actually an offer to come tonight, but I didn't think it was appropriate at this point for what we're trying to accomplish, over these next 2 meetings. But she certainly, offered to come tonight.
Yeah.
So if you turn to page 10, just kind of where we are in the development process. As I noted, we are partnered with Springbrook. We were recently awarded funding from the New York State Office of People with Developmental Disabilities, and actually I think that went to Springbrook. It's going to be a significant amount of money that's going to allow us to be able to work with the service provider and provide the services on site for the residents that will be living there. May 22nd is when we're slated to submit our Restore New York application, and that will be for the demolition of the building. It's unfortunate that that 22nd date is before the 27th date, because I would have hoped that we would have been able to submit together, but I think if we do get a demo permit from you, I think we can add a supplemental to our Restore New York application. In August, September, the state has not announced yet, but that's when HCR, the Homes and Community Renewal Agency, will be accepting the 9% tax credit applications. So we anticipate just be submitting that in August and September. I've already reached out to Marina Montez Staines with SHPO, and we've already talked about this. She gave some good guidance as well. So I will continue to do that as we go forward. And finally, we understand the historic character here in Cooperstown, and it's clear after being here since 5 o'clock this evening how special it is to all of you as well. I believe that our design team has that kind of special care. So when we come before you, we're going to work with you. We're not going to come here to the first meeting and say, hey, we got this down pat. We'll be working with Chris, and we'll do everything we can to make sure that our building fits within that neighborhood context, the community context of Cooperstown.
It was nice to hear some of the things you guys are talking about with windows. I mean, I'm doing a 108,000 square foot historic renovation job in Utica right now as we speak, with massive windows that are some stuff that we did with Marvin and Quaker, and talking about divided lights and simulated divided lights and applied lights. We've got great experience doing a lot of that work. We use architectural finishes that are, we're used to doing a lot of the state and federal historic stuff, and not only in New York, but also kind of around the country. And the team that is leading some of our design charges in New York was part of the group that won a preservation award for a project called the Quarry Project in Potsdam 2 years ago. So,
and that preservation award a few years back up in Elmira.
In Elmira.
So the point I'm making is that it's not our goal to find buildings and tear them down and build them.
Yeah.
That's not what we do. How many historic preservation buildings have you done?
I've done 17.
So and the one that we actually, Mike and I work out of the Troy office, and we're actually in an old historic building in downtown Troy that has a bunch of residentials built above our office.
So I just want to take this as an opportunity to say, because you are proposing this as a new construction, it does not have to look like a colonial building.
Okay.
Or any other period.
It doesn't have to look old.
Okay.
It has to fit in with the character of our community. We're concerned with scale and massing and how its appearance fits with its neighbors, which you don't have a lot of neighbors, right? So we don't design. This board does not design things. I am just saying to you, we do not have, you don't have to come to us with something that looks like a 2025 version of an 1890 building.
Okay.
It would be better.
Not to create a false sense of historicism.
We don't want to look down the street and be like, how old is that? This community has evolved over time. We have buildings that are built in the 1790s, and we have buildings that were built in 1899, and they all look like the time they were constructed. And that is our job, to preserve the continuity of history in this community, not to make everything look like it's old.
Right. Understood. I'll add to that a little bit. We do come up with some pretty creative designs that are physically very interesting exteriorly, but oftentimes when you go into our buildings, we bring a lot of local history into the building with our images. There's some stuff that is on that site now that I would love to be able to see how we might be able to integrate it into our building itself. So we have our creative design guy, Patrick McWhort. He's brilliant the way he researches things and comes up with these very, very design packages for interior.
I want to see that rebar repurposed. I'm kidding. So a couple of layers of questions, some more HPAR appropriate and some more broadly curious. So I'll start with the broadly curious. Affordable housing, not market rate housing, correct?
Correct.
I think the collaboration with Springbrook is fantastic. What percentage of the housing do you anticipate Springbrook versus public?
So
Did I miss that in the
there's-
package? I'm sorry.
I didn't point that out. Eight units is
Okay,
dedicated.
okay. So, thank you. I'm sorry about that.
And typically, they're fully furnished units that we provide with our service providers.
Okay. And the SHPO kind of communications are really important because of all of the money you're trying to leverage, correct? So I've been on this board since 2012. Most of the people at this table have been here 3 years or less. How long have we been here, Adam? 5. It's gone by so fast. There was that pesky pandemic in between. So most of the people on this board have been here a much shorter period of time. Pat, were you here when the previous developer proposed the demolition? Yes. And a developer proposed demolition knowing that they...
215, maybe?
Yes, 217. Knowing that they could not, because they were not leveraging a lot of funds, they knew they couldn't develop it effectively without demolishing and starting from scratch. They knew that an adaptive reuse was not feasible. I love the fact that you've talked about it, but I also understand it's a pretty complicated building. I'm pointing out that the composition of this board is very different because the board that it came before was willing to consider demolition because that developer had a conversation with us like the one you're having. I cannot speak for the current composition of the board, but it has been a conversation we've had in the past. And I understand that the tricky part might not be whether the Historic Preservation Board approves the demolition, but because it's contributing on the register, the conversation with the state that happens, is that the tricky part then?
Well, when I spoke with her, it was a very thorough conversation, but at the end of the conversation, ultimately what she said to me, she will support you guys in your decision, what do you want to do?
Okay.
We have to provide the appropriate documentation to justify so that they can defend on their side, if anybody calls up the question, but ultimately she told me they would align with you guys.
Okay, well, that's good to hear that, because I think an affordable housing project and the collaboration you're working on is very exciting, and I live near this building and go by it every day, sometimes multiple times, and over the 30-some years I've lived in Cooperstown, it's been very hard to watch it, go from a store to derelict, and in a community where we don't have a lot of options for building, especially building affordable housing, I think it's a very exciting project.
Thank you.
You want to do the CVS building next?
Yes, don't tempt us.
This meeting is being recorded.
That came to us.
We're talking about 217 Main Street.
Yes, 217 Main Street.
We don't want to muddy the waters here. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. I'm glad that the state has given you positive feedback. When Ellen first spoke to me about it, I reached out to somebody else at the state who didn't make it sound as easy as, I'm glad your path is.
Well, it's not that easy.
I know. Did not make it sound as collaborative or cooperative.
To the point that you're making about us talking with the state, we also have our president, Rick Manzardo, who is on his way here now. He has a very good relationship with HCR, and they are looking upon this right now, this project very favorably too. So there are some stars coming in alignment here, but the first thing that we need on our side to make sure that we can even make the application is to know that we can build on the site. And for us, that means we need to demo it.
So what kinds of questions, Aaron, I didn't mean to jump on you with that.
I don't necessarily have any questions. I mean, I have lots of questions about, I think we would need a lot of documentation about why the building is suitable for demolition, as opposed to you've presented us some pictures and we'd need I would need a report.
Yeah, that's the same thing that, the state wants, PRHP.
Yeah, I mean, you have not said anything about the building that is surprising to me. I don't necessarily have any questions. Also, as a person who lives in this town with lots of historic preservation and other adjacent experience, nothing you have said is shocking to me, and I am excited.
Jay, do you have any questions?
No, I mean, I work at Bassett, and so I'm quite familiar with need for housing.
We haven't done a market analysis yet, but Bassett is one of the.
You don't even have to.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
And especially for the frontline staff at Bassett.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, even many of your workers downtown, it's.
Yeah, there's a huge need.
Well, you guys are looking at adding 4.7% to the households. According to Wikipedia, we have 1,070 households in the village, and 50 more is a pretty significant number.
Doesn't Governor Hochul have some kind of a plan that she's trying to push through for municipalities to hit a certain threshold of new households?
That sounds like a complicated conversation.
Well, this would contribute to that.
We don't have the land to put it on, though.
Yeah,
That's the challenge in this village.
Last summer I was at a conference, New York Planning Federation conference, and there was a session, and it was very, very interesting.
Yeah. No, got a lot of challenges for housing across our state, big and small. Anybody over here have any comments or questions?
But I gotta make a quick exit.
Sure.
Was there something about our potentially visiting this site and seeing it?
I know that question was brought up, I haven't been able to ascertain that yet, but since our purview is the exterior of the structure, I think if there's a report that's acceptable to the Historic Preservation Board and the SHPO, I think the SHPO's kind of level report should qualify for our review. Because we really don't, we've seen some images of the inside. I remember when it was crazy down, it was a little crazy in there. I realize that it is intriguing to get in there, but at this point, I'm not sure that we can.
Well, I don't think it has any architectural or structural integrity. I think it's a great proposal, and it's something the community needs.
So you have to tell us how you need us to proceed. Do you need to set a hearing at this point?
I think with the timing of the Restore New York application, ideally we would come back next month. There'd be a public hearing and perhaps a vote on the demo permit.
So we can set a public hearing for the May meeting regarding the proposed demolition of 217 Main Street. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion. I've made all the other motions for this function.
Thank you, Erin.
Second.
Thank you, Dave. Dave's just relieved that he doesn't have to make all of them.
Yeah.
Well, I've only done the demos, so.
Okay, any discussion? All right, Liz votes yes.
David, yes.
Okay.
Bertie, yes.
Thank you. Pat's left the room, so.
I'm curious, for 50 units and 52 parking spaces, I'm sure there's some kind of algorithm to determine what the right number of parking spaces, because Bassett not only has a problem, or Cooperstown has a problem not only in terms of housing, but also parking.
Well, there is, I'm trying, I don't recall right off the top of my head, but I think the zoning in this commercial district was a little bit vague in terms of for residential.
Can I just pause you, because we have to finish voting?
Yes.
Before we have to finish voting.
Yes, so
I didn't want to interrupt.
now we can discuss. No, now we're good, we voted, now
Okay,
we
now we
can
can
answer that question.
Right.
Did we
So-
get the proper number of votes?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Sorry, Pat.
What?
We voted to set a public hearing without you.
Okay.
Okay.
No.
So, the parking, Chris might be able to speak to that more specifically. But I assumed when I saw the number of spots, there was also some leeway because of the Springbrook housing, because the residents do not require parking.
Right, and I want to be very clear, we're at a concept level, we haven't done a survey yet, so we don't, it's gonna be somewhere in that neighborhood. You know, somewhere in the neighborhood of 1-to-1.
And the planning board will really.
Yes, that's their purview, and so we get to tell you whether we like the building after we get to tell you whether you can tear the building down. But they'll deal with the parking spots, we don't count that high. Okay, any other questions for these gentlemen before we see them again next month?
I guess I'm just a little unclear on, we ascertain whether the building, obviously, I'm not disagreeing that the building needs to come down at all, but it seems that we're relying on, you say there's New York State is making an assessment on whether the building needs to come down?
And excuse me if I'm putting words in your mouth, it's my understanding, because state funds will be used, and because this building is listed as contributing on the state register, the State Historic Preservation Office has to weigh in on the project in terms of the demolition of a contributing structure and then the use of this funding to build something in its place because there is a contributing structure in
But
place.
OPRHP doesn't have to do that part.
Okay, I guess I was confused about
The
that.
demo part, they do.
Okay.
And my understanding, my conversations with Maria, is they will support
Whatever we
board
choose.
recommendation.
But there has to be a certain level of information provided to the Office of Parks and Historic Preservation by your company.
Yes.
And that level, if they're generating a report for the State Office of Historic Preservation, we would also access that report. And I suspect it will be as much or more information than we've seen from anybody else who's come before us. Is that fair to say? Probably?
I hope so.
So, if that makes sense, Bernie?
It does, and I appreciate that, because I guess my concern was that, and don't take it personally, but, and it does seem like the building needs to come down. It just seems that to ask someone who has a vested interest in putting up a building to ascertain whether the old one has to come down without some sort of check on it, it seems dangerous.
I think the State Office of Historic Preservation's check is probably even more qualified than our check in terms of reading between the lines and looking for the information they need in that report. But we can, once we see the report, we can certainly determine whether we need more information. I'm just saying they probably have an even more discerning eye in that office than our volunteer eyes.
Yeah, and just to be clear, somebody is writing a report, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
These
less
guys.
of a financial decision than you would think. It's gonna cost a bunch of money to take that building down.
And like I say, I hope you didn't take it personally.
No,
It was just
I don't know. That's fair.
Well, they don't look that thin-skinned, Bernie.
Okay.
Great,
Sounds like a great project.
Thank you.
okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm glad you don't have to drive home in a snowstorm. Take your time, I know.
Good night, you all.
Good night. Okay. Terry, are you here for number 80 Susquehanna? Okay, come on up and have a seat. Does anybody need to take a break? Are we okay? Pacing my rubber did something very. That's what I
We're almost there.
That's why I didn't bring my. How are you tonight? Good, good. Sorry, we've had a long night. I apologize for a little punchy. Okay, so you came to us once before, correct? And have you revised your application in any way? Is there a change in what you're proposing?
Yes. Initially, I was trying to put a driveway on subsequent. But Mr. Mitch said I can use that way. So we went to the site in Chestnut.
Okay.
So that was a change.
And then,
Walnut.
Walnut.
Yeah, well, sorry, yeah.
That's okay, one of those trees. Okay. I'm sorry. It's not gonna get better. Sorry about that. Okay, so, and then you, had installed a vinyl fence, and you're proposing to remove a tree to put up another section of fence, is that?
At the back, there's a space right there that I couldn't complete the back of it when the sequence came in. So I said there should be a stop of work. So after the meeting, I said, okay, I'll just wait for the final.
The tree committee would weigh in on that?
No, the tree laws and the discussion of that, we're
right.
still under the old tree law, which has that condition about a certain percentage of trees can only get, and this falls well within,
Okay.
be allowed.
Okay. So the question that we are really grappling with here is the vinyl fence.
And where there was, they put a driveway in on the
Right.
Susquehanna side, so he's proposing putting in a person door gate.
Gate, okay, okay.
You can see there's, you know, that
Yes,
drawing.
I see that drawing, okay. So, because the vinyl fence was not approved before it was installed, have the height issues been resolved, or are there still height issues too?
The height issue was, we would need to have neighbor acquiescence from, and what we found out is that the property, the
On Walnut
adjacent
Street.
property is up for auction, and there is no, it's owned by a bank, essentially, and we don't have a homeowner who could approve or deny. It's very much in transition at this moment, that property. So there's no homeowner to say, no, I don't want a 6-foot fence there.
Okay. And the side?
The sides are same, I mean, they, as I noted in the detail section, the top must, you know, the top beam is 4 feet high, and the finials protrude higher, but you know, you could average them out along the whole scallop, but yeah, they are higher than the 20%.
Okay, so before we address the 4-foot door on the Susquehanna facing side, I think the conversation about the fence itself, and whether the board will vote for retroactive approval of the fence installation is the first question. Does anybody have any questions?
So we're dealing with height.
I think Chris is suggesting if we even out the height between the finial and the scallop, we're at about 4 feet. And I think overall, the fence design and material, if we look past the height in terms of the overall fence design and material is the bigger question.
The material is the question.
Yeah.
I think I better recuse myself. I mean, because I made plastic fence.
Do you do it now, though?
No, I haven't done it in 20 years.
I don't know if you need to recuse yourself, if you want to recuse yourself, but if you're not actively making it, you don't have a vested financial interest in it.
I have no financial interest in it, but I do have emotional predisposition.
We appreciate that. We appreciate that you have an understanding and a familiarity.
Does anybody else have any questions? Comments?
So we're concerned that the fact that it's vinyl and potentially we wouldn't have approved vinyl, that might make for a non-retroactive approval.
Correct. But I will certainly, if somebody wanted to, after we're done with any discussion, make a motion, I mean, I think it's really up to the board to, at this point, just, we need to address this and make a decision. So.
And if someone comes before us with a proposal for a vinyl fence, we would say that we are, like, on what basis would we refuse the vinyl, just the fact that it's vinyl, or does it have more to do with, was there the existing fence was wood?
The existing fence was a wood stockade fence, and it was post and rail, not a stockade fence.
Sorry, to
Go
help
ahead.
answer your question, one consideration would be this street is a much newer street. It isn't as full of historical properties. If someone were to say, why could I not put a vinyl fence here on Lake Street? There's one on Walnut. It could be pointed out that it was 100 years later that street was.
The period of most of the houses on Walnut Street, especially on that end, is the second half of the 20th century. And most of the fence that is installed is on the vinyl side, is on the Walnut Street side. So that is certainly an argument.
Can I ask the question about, presumably somebody will buy the property next door, and what will their part in having a say in approving, or?
I think if it would, I don't think that that's retroactive. I think if the bank would weigh in, I mean, Chris has done his due diligence in trying to get owner acquiescence, but we need to make a decision, and whoever buys that property does not then control their neighbor's property.
Right, a
They're
fence
gonna have to
will or
live
will
with it.
not be
All right.
present when they make an offer on that property.
I guess I was thinking of kicking the can down the road and then at that point seeing if they.
No, sorry, Barry, no.
Been shut down.
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, the logic is that we just, in terms of not waiting, I mean, is there, am I missing something?
I think that if, I don't know what would stand up in a court of law, but if there were a neighbor, the neighbor would be entitled to an opinion in terms of the height. That is the issue with the neighbor.
Okay.
But the fence precedes the neighbor.
Okay.
So
Are there two neighbors?
the The neighbor on Walnut Street, right now, that house is owned by the bank. So the other neighbor on,
The Susquehanna neighbor that recently changed hands.
Right. I don't have any, I haven't.
Both neighbors are vacant.
The one on the subsequent side, we never did anything to that.
okay,
It's
so
the
you
same.
didn't change the
Yeah.
fence on that
The
side?
one at the back, they were not maintaining the compound, we had grasses everywhere, even the property is like 4 feet
Yeah,
higher
that's
than my,
that old
yeah.
dump on South Street, or the kind of landfill on South Street, so
Right, it's just up.
the
Like, even
property's
the
higher
fence
than
is
the
like 2
fence.
feet.
I believe that property was vacant before I moved to California and back again.
Yeah, and there was a tenant in it for a period of time. I don't believe it is now habitable.
So, thank you. So basically that, the land is higher than the fence on that South Street portion, neighbor, that backs up to the backyard, so. Jay, do you have any questions?
No,
Dave, do you have any questions?
I know that the rear section of the fence is 6 feet tall, all the way across. Does that create a problem in terms of the averaging for height?
No, it wouldn't, we wouldn't take this fence in terms of any of the measurements of this fence. If we don't take the aggregate of all the fences.
So I think
It's
we
just-
need to separate the material of the fence from the conversation about the height of the fence. Because if we are unwilling to retroactively approve the material of the fence, then the height of the fence doesn't matter.
I have a comment and perhaps a question. How does anybody have a feeling on approving something retroactively in terms of encouraging future things in the future? Does anybody have some sort of thoughts on that?
I am not generally in favor of retroactively approving something because it sets a poor precedent.
Do we have any history of dealing with retroactive?
Yes, we have retroactively approved other things, not particularly this scenario. But, you know, whether it's a retroactive approval or approval of something, there's always a precedent.
But
Yeah.
do we make some sort of stipulation in our decision that?
We make it clear that, yeah, we can have it in the discussion, in the decision.
And I guess my comment would be that I feel badly about the use of vinyl, but the fact that it would potentially just end up in a landfill anyway definitely affects my decision. I don't know about anybody else, you know, if it were to be ripped out.
I'm sorry,
That
what the landfill?
That it's already in existence in there, the alternative would be that it would probably end in a landfill as opposed to living out its existence, being
Its
at
useful
least
life.
functional.
Mm-hmm.
So that definitely affects my opinion, and, you know, the vinyl will probably outlive us all, but is there some sort of stipulation
Well,
that just because
it
it's a
will
vinyl
not.
fence now, that in the future?
So I guess that could be, if people were to vote to retroactively approve this fence's installation, that if and when you, or it could be in the file, if you were no longer the owner, that this approval is because the fence was installed and the board is trying to be sustainable and not waste materials, respect the resources that have been used, but that does not mean a replacement in kind when the fence is replaced next.
When, as and if the fence is ever replaced.
If and when the fence is replaced, since the materials were wood previously, we would not approve vinyl assuming it was replacing a vinyl fence. That could be a stipulation.
Good.
In the resolution, if that was a fair compromise, I think if we clearly stated that, I would feel a lot more comfortable about approving it retroactively. So whether you wanted to replace your fence again, or you sold the house and somebody else wanted to replace it and said, well, there's a vinyl fence, we could say, but it was a special circumstance, and the next time it should be replaced with wood because that was what was there before.
And how does that information get to a prospective buyer at some point in time in the future?
Oh, that's the tricky part. But they have to come to us for approval for the next fence. So that would be in the file, and the zoning officer, and there is a file for each property. And that could even be flagged somewhere, like.
In essence, then, that would be a material fact. A disclosable fact in the sale should this man ever want to sell his property.
Ideally, but you know, so many things about the historic preservation code and sales of properties around here don't get disclosed, so.
Well, legal advice is don't make the disclosures, pay the fine, and skate. You know, that's been all the properties I've bought in Otsego County, that's been the legal advice from, you know, don't make the disclosures, pay the $500
Please don't say that
You didn't
It takes our teeth away, it gives us dentures. I think, you know, that's what we can do in terms of hoping that,
If I were to vote, I would vote for that.
What is, can you state that?
You would vote for?
I would vote for conditioning this fence
It's a
here and now,
one-time
but
deal.
if you replace it, if it's ever replaced, it's replaced with original material.
so if you ever replace your fence, we would ask that you replace it with wood instead of vinyl. Or come to us with another material you might propose, but not say, I had a vinyl fence, I'm putting a vinyl fence in. Okay?
It's
and-
without prejudice.
Right, right. So if we can have the resolution clearly state that, would that be something people might be willing to
Yeah.
consider?
I'd say, other question I have, because we came up with the window guidelines, does zoning guidelines on fences say anything besides height?
No, really, actually, strangely, fences are very much part of HCAR's program. We don't have, it somehow falls in order, like parking falls in the planning board fences happen to fall here.
Do the short straw on that one. I'm just getting a little punchy tape, I'm sorry.
Someone's gotta make the hard choice.
So is anybody willing to make a motion related to the retroactive decision, I will say decision for the sake of everybody, of the vinyl fence at 80 Susquehanna Street?
I'll make a motion. I'm not sure what to justify it with though.
Well, I'll work on that while you start the motion.
Okay, very good. I make a motion that HCAR provide certificate of appropriateness for
80 Susquehanna.
I'm sorry, 80.
Susquehanna.
80 Susquehanna, thank you. Based on 3B perhaps?
It's not.
Retroactively?
No. Sorry.
Okay. In a way, health is better than a landfill.
How about for since we talked about
Yeah, we haven't had that in a
the
while.
properties of the neighborhood.
I like that.
If I were gonna vote, yeah.
Or 4J.
Those are underused.
Yeah, 4J is good.
Or J's.
I know it's, why don't we just say 4J? What do you think, Aaron?
It's good on me.
I'm probably gonna vote no, so
Okay.
what the motion says.
I would love it if anybody weighed in on it.
Weighed in on this.
Okay, is 4J okay?
Yes.
Okay, is that suitable for the motion maker?
It is, 4J is definitive.
Okay. All right,
Second.
thank you, Pat. Any discussion? Okay, Liz votes yes.
David, yes.
That yes.
I hate to be interrupting, but under the condition that we're stipulating.
Yes.
Bernie votes yes.
That you had the stipulation, kind of?
All right.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Aaron votes no.
So, Bernie, did you vote?
He did.
You did, okay. So that's
Move second and carry.
great. Okay, thank you very much. Remember to call Chris if you have any questions or want to do anything.
So
What happened?
What happened is I will send you the certificate of appropriateness for the fence, and I can talk to you about it more.
Okay.
And, but yes,
It
you are
means you
good.
can keep your fence.
Yes.
Okay, but in the future, if you're gonna do anything, just ask Chris first.
Okay, so
Okay.
what,
The tree is matched, you don't need.
the tree.
The
Yeah,
tree
you
is
don't-
something that you're fine with the tree, the board doesn't have to vote on the tree.
We don't
Okay,
care about
okay.
trees.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
thank
Yeah.
you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you,
Good
everyone.
night.
I hope you stay in Cooperstown. Even though our laws are crazy sometimes.
Hello.
Did the fence gate complete? Did the, okay. Good.
Okay, so we have, Mr. Parr.
Hi, Keith. Welcome.
I will be recusing myself
Okay,
and then reappearing.
have a seat. Somebody set up a
Appearing
good
as
seat
special
for you.
pleader.
We have a special guest tonight.
Okay.
Is it okay if I hand out a couple things out?
Sure.
Okay.
Please do.
Pretty brief. Thank you. There's some documents, and that's just a summary of the documents, but you can look at those also. I don't know if I have, I made, I think 6 or 7, but I'll give,
I can,
sorry.
share.
Okay.
We can share.
I think I made 6 or 7, so. Anyway.
I'm refusing to becoming a special pleader.
Oh, okay. All right.
What's a special pleader?
Friend of the court.
I do. So I think we're okay. Here, Chris. Here's the list of what's stated on that right here. There's a form you can look at, but it's pretty straightforward stuff, so.
Okay, thank you.
So can, the list here that you've provided to us, is a summary of the packet of information that we previously received?
No, it's not. It's from the last meeting till now.
Okay, so this is new.
This is all brand new
This
information.
summarizes new information.
Yes.
Updates.
Yeah,
from
for
the things we
been
talked
made.
about last
Like we were suggesting to have things documented better.
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
tried to do that, and that summarized it in the pack that I handed to Liz is the actual physical things that are there.
So do.
It's like a contract from the real estate agent, they stating that there was 21 people that looked at the property.
So
He's giving new
They
materials.
stated that there was the best offer, there were a couple offers very low, but one was
Okay, so we don't have
$106,000.
We don't have anything he's describing there.
States that.
Okay. So,
So just to be clear, so this is a summary of this one packet of documents?
Yes, it
Got
is.
Cool.
I didn't, my printer, I can't make all those.
That's fine, as long as everyone's clear on what's going on.
That's fine, yeah, okay.
So that's kind of what that is, just from then until now.
So we didn't receive these materials previous to this meeting.
No, we're still working on it. Actually, today we're working on it for 2-3 hours. So we're,
Okay, so because we don't want to kind of, I'll take time to read through this, we can read the outline. Tell us where things are at right now, Keith.
did a lot of work trying to sell it, because I did listen to the board, and, the backup one, Aaron had a good question last time that I did not have an answer to, with the dates on a couple statements from like neighbors to attesting to the condition of the house before I bought it. And it was a good question, it caught me up there, I didn't know, and I sent an email, and that is in that package stating that they were written after the fact, the date on those is correct, but I didn't need those before I bought the house, I needed them after. So that was just, I asked people, hey, you remember what was going on there before we bought it? Can you just write a statement to attest to that? So that was the only way I could really document it at that time. So I just wanted to make sure you had that, because it didn't make sense to me either when you asked me. I was like, I don't know, but anyway.
I was going to interrupt if I might, and that is that after Mr. Parr did what the board had asked him to do in terms of due diligence in trying to sell the house, and didn't come up with any satisfactory offers, he approached me again, and with his original concept, which I initially responded to on the basis that I thought it would be a way, in fact, of saving this building in the village. I had no actual use for it at that point. I mean, I was very iffy about doing it, but it seemed to me important enough to do. Since then, I have come up with a number of potential uses that essentially are based on my age and deteriorating health. So what I would like to do, quite frankly, is to move his building minus the basement, which is deteriorated to the point where it's falling in on itself, to a second property that I have, which is adjacent to my main property on Estlake. It is my intention to rehabilitate the house, to restore the house essentially, but to adapt the interior for my use as a single-story house as I begin to get to the point where I can't make my own stairs in the house up the hill. The second aspect of it is that my existing house is up a pretty steep hill, and I have discovered in the winters that it's getting to the point where it's harder to keep people to come and plow in time for my actual need. So the installation of Mr. Parr's house on the secondary property would be pretty much adjacent to Espley Avenue, so that I would have easy vehicular access to the building. The third aspect, which is purely personal, is that there have been a number of building techniques that I've been concerned about in terms of energy efficiency, and I think that this particular structure and the fact that it is currently gutted, in other words, there are only the three exterior walls that are sided, and the fourth is not, but and so it's a stud structure. I looked at Mr. McManus's evaluation of it, so it appears as though the attic story, if you would, is substandard in terms of current code. So I will either have to substantially beef up the rafters, which are 2x6s, or replace it with a structural insulated panel roof. But there would be no change in appearance. It would look from the road, it would look exactly like it does now.
And it would be on the other side of town on Esley.
Right.
Do you mind if I ask, you said that you addressed the issue of energy. How, could you expand on that just a little bit?
The fact that this has been reduced, stripped and gutted to its studs indicates to me that a double stud wall with insulation packed in between will give me an R of about 48. I'm paying astronomical bills in this 1884 house, which would be almost impossible to insulate. I originally thought of cocooning off a portion that I could cut off in the winter and live in that particular. But this actually makes it so much easier to, in effect, start from scratch. It's the fact that it's just a shell at this point. Makes it a lot easier for my proposition.
Ready to insulate.
Oh, absolutely.
And what, how are you in terms of the process of getting to be able to know that you'll get approval for?
I'm sorry, getting what?
How sure are you of to get approval from the various powers that be?
We just began to discuss this. I am not sure at all.
But I think it's a great.
Yeah, it's great.
I thank Keith for working with Pat. I thank Pat for thinking outside the box. I mean, this is in a sense a tail wagging a dog. But I think it's a great solution to not losing a really unique little cottage and keeping it in the village, even if it's not on its original site, and adaptively reusing it and incorporating new technologies. I think it could be a great model for a lot of people. I applaud both of you.
Well,
It's mostly just Pat's creativity.
Well, I am actually hoping that this would be seen as a model by other districts.
I think so too.
I've been asked if we're writing this up. If I could write, I would do that.
And Newport Restoration Foundation is currently looking for new ways to make old buildings more efficient. So this might be a little case study that they would be interested in.
Well, and believe me, we need all the help we can get. So I'm interested in anybody's approach to how to solve these multiple problems. One of them is going to be moving it. The cost is not going to be, unfortunately, it's not going to be cheap.
I'm writing down the name of a mover I'm aware of, possibly, so I don't forget to tell you about it.
And you're still set to help get it all loaded up. I think you mentioned initially that you would be
way back when we were outside about it, yeah. It was, we discussed, just please, the economics are really a driver, so how to do it economically. There's some ideas. So either way for me, there'd be a cost either way you go in a sense. We talked about that to try to be fair to one another.
Right.
You know, Pat hasn't said, hey, I need you to foot the whole bill. And I, you know, not specifically in a sense, but just to work with each other.
Okay.
But it's, you know.
Fair enough.
Well, I see it as a team approach. In other words, he gets some good advantage out of not having the house on his property.
Absolutely.
I get some advantage by keeping the house. I mean,
You get a house, everybody
I'm
gets a
sorry,
house.
He gets a lot, he's all good.
Yeah, everybody gets something.
Yeah.
right, and that's my hope.
And the town gets a lot out of it too,
Right,
so
right, right.
Yeah.
commendable.
I apologize for not showing more enthusiasm, it's been a long night, sorry, Keith. I think that, since we've never approved anything like this, I mean, certainly we entertain questions, and I don't want to assume that people are comfortable making final decisions tonight. If anybody feels they need more info before we do move forward on this, please speak up.
I think this is a very elegant outcome,
I think so too.
and, but what if that can't get the proper approvals to do this? Is Mr. Parr then able to move ahead with his demolishing?
Well, I think he would be, if I would speak, I think he would be in a position of being able to reapply for a hardship.
Yeah,
to
I
tear
think
down the building.
at that point, he would have proven he's exhausted
All options.
Everything.
all options,
Right.
unless somebody else
He's
is
made
the
Herculean
Yeah.
Yeah.
efforts, and they've borne no fruit.
Yeah,
Correct.
And then he can move ahead with.
yeah. I mean, I think he's been very patient with us,
No, you've been patient with me too.
and so
I tend to
that's,
lose my cool a little bit, but I go home and tell my wife, and she shakes her head. So I told Pat, put your arm on me if I get spun up.
Notice I haven't had. One of the things I would like to tell the board is that this is not actually, since we just started talking after his attempt to sell, all that has been done in terms of forwarding this is I have contacted and hired an architectural firm, Teresa Drurup, who formerly was chair of this department, I think, right?
yes,
Yep.
yes.
They were very encouraging, not initially, but I mean, we had to talk. And so that is essentially as far as it's gone. I'm contacting Martin Tellepaw's brother to see about moving, the actual moving of the house, how we're gonna do it. I'm gonna ask him to be the person to put down the slab. But, so there's an awful lot of work to be done. It's just that I think that we are very much in agreement. I think that makes it a lot easier to actually effect.
I think that's great.
I think we can get it moved if the approval is given for Pat to build on that lot.
Would you characterize where the two of you are at right now as an agreement in principle?
Exactly.
I would say so, yes.
And I will be asking Martin to draw up a letter of agreement so that there's clear transference of title of the building itself. But other than that, we're at square one.
I think that's a great place to be, together on that square, not kind of having, us kind of struggling with the alternatives. And Keith, thank you for working with everybody.
And actually, I would point out that it would, I never would have thought of this on my own. It was actually Mr. Parr that made the initial presentation, I'll give you this house. And all of a sudden, all kind of,
Don't look a gift house in the mouth.
Right, exactly.
I think it's great. Are people comfortable making a formal approval of this proposed plan, or do we?
I guess I perhaps need a little bit of clarity in terms of, we're not authorizing demolition, we are.
Authorizing
Removal.
moving the house to Esley.
Madam Chairwoman.
I mean, I got no problem with that.
I'm open to
would you be willing to suggest a motion?
I have one question. I think I'd like to make a motion that that I volunteer, just because Madam Chairwoman has many things going on, to contact SHPO to find out what is a example project, sample motion, what are the steps? How can we do this in a way that is, you know, we check all the boxes, so that we don't do something right now that is like, makes this whole thing fall apart 6 months from now.
Or the house.
So
Um,
do it right the first time.
Yes,
Right.
yes, so.
Also ask
if-
for money, Tim.
If Aaron is able, and I appreciate you offering to do that, Aaron, because my attention to detail these days is challenged by a number of circumstances. I think there will be examples that the SHPO, the State Historic Preservation Office, that's the SHPO, can provide, because I think this has been done like out in the Hamptons, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, I know examples outside of New York
yeah.
State, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think
one
there
inside
have been
New York State, so-
examples in New York State too, where people buy expensive pieces of property with small homes on them, and then somebody buys the house for $1
I
and
mean,
it's
it's
moved.
happened in Cooperstown, but a really long time ago, so we just need some.
Some precedent to base it on.
Recent.
But I think that's a great idea, so we can make sure we have followed, set, kind of established and working precedent to do it.
I like how Aaron said, so we don't screw it up inadvertently.
Yeah, no.
But what was
Big time.
Jay was about to make a suggestion.
Yes.
Well, I asked for a suggestion, and Aaron proposed an amendment.
So what I would ask people to consider, and normally as the chair, I do not make motions, but giving.
I ask that you suggest a motion. not that you
Giving,
make a motion.
Giving Keith and Pat the confidence of this board in moving forward with this process.
So moved.
100%.
Okay, the support, the confidence, the, you know, approval of this board and moving forward with all of the steps of this process, from the legal work that has to be done, to the planning, to the SHPO investigation. And then we can find out if there are models in terms of what may have been done formally. And at the next meeting, if we are all confident with that, we can move forward.
Yeah, sounds very reasonable.
Divide and conquer.
We have a motion.
Oh, wait, we need a second
I
and
moved.
stuff?
Point of order, I moved. So what's next?
Second.
So, second?
Bernie seconded it, didn't you?
No, what is the exact
You just
motion,
need a
or can I make a
second.
motion, or was there a motion made?
Jay made a motion.
Okay,
I made a motion that we support the efforts that are being made.
okay, very good.
Second that.
Okay.
Great, Dave made second, awesome. Any
Do you need
discussion?
a criteria? I've got a
No,
couple
no,
more.
this is a different kind of motion.
Alright, sounds good.
Right
This is
now,
the
what
9
we
o'clock
need is a
4-hour
fast
meeting
gavel.
motion.
Yeah.
So, any discussion? Liz votes yes.
Aaron, yes.
Bernie, yes.
Dylan, we have to come back to this.
Jay, yes. He's recused, Jay, yes.
He's recused, Jay, yes. Thank you.
Well, we'll try to make this work.
We're gonna make it work, and we're gonna make it work right, and then you're gonna, with the help of some ghostwriters, we're gonna put it out there for the world to see.
That'd be
And
great.
you and Keith are gonna be standing there shaking hands in the picture.
And we're not done with this agenda.
We're not done.
So we need to,
Thank
we
you,
have
Aaron.
items on the agenda we still have to address, so
Sorry,
we're all done with Keith.
we're not done with it.
Thank you for your patience.
We wanna go to
Thank
bed
you
eventually.
very much. So Keith, we will see you at the next meeting, if you can join us again, as long as everybody's in good shape at that
And
point.
I will make a point of being here.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll work up something.
Okay,
Yeah, great.
that is, I'm so excited for both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Yay.
Keith. Take care.
Thank you, Pat.
Okay. So we are still looking at what was number 6 on the agenda, which was 16 Pine Boulevard. Chris, would you
Yes.
like to? I put that there. They might move buildings.
Oh, good.
Okay.
That's a good sign.
And they're very good. They've done a lot of work around here.
That's great.
You can ask them, and if they don't, they can tell you who might. So 16 Pine Boulevard, Chris, would you like to tell us about that?
Yeah, it's a pretty straightforward, pardon my voice. Man is going to be installing a fence on the south side of his property. And sorry, my battery died in my laptop. I have to pull it up on my phone here. Unless we have it right here. Yeah, there we go.
Last one.
Yeah, so he's talking about building a fence from here all the way down. He's contacted his neighbor and has submitted their approval. And the photos here are from the fence company showing what the fence will look like. This is not a fence. This is what he got from that company, showing us what type of fence they will be installing, which matches the existing fence that you can kind of see. That's pretty much a straightforward. This is sort of the best photo showing where it will run, and it runs 104 feet from the rear. I think 400 feet. 104 feet.
This fence is very similar to many masking fences on Clark entity properties.
Pages 3, 4, and 5 are on the other side of the property, on the north side.
Pages, that's examples of the fence. Not it's examples of the fence.
Just examples. The fence company sent him this, saying this is what your fence will look like.
But these ones are
these
up
local
the north
examples
side?
of the fence, or
I think it's the neighbor.
Yeah, I think it's on the north side there.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I just read, this is what he sent, where it said from the fence company, and I assumed that it was both photos, but.
I get chickens out of their garage, I recognize their garage. I mean, they're eggs out. I don't steal chickens, I just take
No,
eggs.
you're right. So
You steal eggs.
the only one that's from the fence company then is this, the one with the blonde wood, which I guess he's saying will be matching the ones that are on site. I'm sorry,
Half
I
inch
thought that was
spaces
from the
between
fence.
It looks like a good match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we have a motion, since we don't really have anybody to question?
Right. I'll make a motion.
take it away from me.
It's okay.
It's okay.
He's got
I am making a motion that HBAR provide certificate of appropriateness for the project at 16 Pine Boulevard under the criteria, feel free to chime in, of 3B, 3C, 3D.
Did good.
Okay. Those are my go-tos.
A second.
Okay, any discussion? Liz votes yes?
David, yes.
Okay.
Very nice.
Okay, one more
Uh-huh.
freeloader stocking.
Oh, I thought it was a motion to adjourn.
And we
And then we have the minutes.
We got minutes.
This is, I am so sorry, this is the longest record meeting.
Yes.
Gib, this isn't what our meetings are
We got
usually
skull
like.
pizza coming in.
And sometimes we're in here for 30 minutes and we're done, because there's one application.
This one, since he's not here, I can speak on behalf of, from what I saw in the minutes, the last meeting where I wasn't here, there was a lot of concern about these muntins and he sent this new documentation, which would seem to answer our concerns. That's you guys.
Yeah, my primary concern was that the configuration of the windows of the openings remain the same and that they maintain the the mullion, 4/4 divided mullions on the parking lot side, which is the east side of the property, so, yes.
He's addressed that.
Yes, that has been addressed.
Does anybody have any other concerns? And I'm glad you really kind of made sure that that did get addressed, Aaron. I know that. Anybody else? Anybody want to make a motion?
I will.
Thank you, Dave.
Yeah.
We haven't heard a lot from you tonight.
Yeah, right. And I move that H Park provide a certificate of appropriateness for the project at 3 Leatherstocking Street, new criteria 2C, 3C, and 5.
Thank you. All right.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Liz votes yes.
David, yes.
Bernie, yes.
And yes. Okay. We have the minutes of the last meeting. Who was it at the meeting who can vote? Dave, Aaron, Jay, and myself can vote on the minutes of the last meeting because we were present. Does anybody want to make a motion to accept the minutes of the last meeting?
So moved.
Thank you, Jay.
Second.
Thank you, Dave. Liz votes yes.
David, yes.
There we go.
Yes.
And yes.
Good. Okay, this was intense. You guys can do anything now.
Have we closed the meeting? I'm gonna shut off.
Oh, yes, I'm gonna adjourn the meeting. Thank you all very much for hanging in there. And I think between the great compromises that were made, with a couple of our applicants, it was a very good night. And given the length of it, we could have been.
We all kept our cool.
Yes.
Pat's
So
my
thank you.
hero.
Yeah.
Oh, my
Pat's
God.
my hero.
Pat, yes. Taking one for the preservation team.
Yeah, boy, that was a thorn in
No,
our side.
I'm so excited. I think it's